Good evening, I'm Mary Spaeth, and welcome to Columbus Alive. My guest tonight really needs no further introduction. She is an author, a lecturer, a political activist. She is well known in a variety of fields. And she's Gloria Steinem from Ms. Magazine. Gloria, welcome to Columbus Alive.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us here. Before we begin our conversation, I should let our viewers know that Gloria is also here with Pat Carbine. And Pat's title is, Gloria?
She's the publisher of Ms. Magazine and also an editor.
Also an editor. Following Columbus Alive at 8:30 is a half-hour special edition of Someone Wants to Know with host Carol Stevenson, and they're going to be asking a number of questions about Ms. and your perceptions and what would be useful for you. So please join us now and then join Carol at 8:30 for Someone Wants to Know. Now, Gloria Steinem. We'll be opening up the phones later too if you would like to join us on Columbus Alive. Gloria, you've just been in Cincinnati, I know, and back to New York and then back to Columbus. What was going on in Cincinnati, and were you encouraged?
It was the convention of the National Women's Political Caucus, which is an organization that started in '71. I mean, I feel as if we built a log cabin and now it's a factory, because it started with just a few people in 1971, and it's devoted to getting women into political and appointed positions. Not just any women, of course, but I mean women who are obviously well qualified and who also represent the issues of women and of other powerless or less powerful groups. So this convention was mainly devoted to new elections, and it was great to see because there's so much talent now and so many women with such great competence and so much willingness to take over this job, which of course is virtually unpaid and really probably shortens your life by a couple of years.
You know, I remember in 1972 when I ran for office in Pennsylvania, I've now forgotten, but there were some X number of thousand women in state legislatures, and the grand total of women in all 50 of them was under 50, as I recall at that time. Have we made significant progress in elective office since then?
Yeah, there has been an increase. Of course, it's a bit deceptive to say that there's say if you've got a 200% increase, that means, it's only 200 people, and before there were 50, but there has been an increase. Although, what's interesting about it is that about 80% of the women who are elected to state legislatures have been elected from districts controlled by the opposition party. In other words, women are only allowed to run when it's thought to be hopeless. And then they get into office through community organizations, not through usually the normal kind of special interest groups. And they may not stay there very long because then the special interests get alarmed that they actually got in there. So there's still, even though the number's increasing, there's still other kinds of problems. Women tend to be older too when they get into political office because they've come there after lots of community service, and rather than the first step in a long political career as it is for men, it may be the culmination of a woman's career.
Gloria has a number of questions that she would like to ask you, so I would encourage you to get your cue consoles ready. They're all identified with issues that she cares deeply about, as you might expect. So in just a moment, she's going to be querying you. Gloria, one thing I wanted to ask, when Ms. Magazine came out, I remember everybody called it MS. Nobody, Miss, nobody exactly knew what to say. And the title Ms., particularly in written communication, I think has become widespread. Do you feel it has?
Yes, well now it's approved by the Government Publications Office for use, and there was a Ms. bill in Congress and so on. Actually, it's been around for a long time anyway, for maybe 30, 40 years, as a way of dealing with situations in which one did not know whether a woman was married or unmarried. So secretarial handbooks would suggest this as a form of address. Women then picked it up and used it in the current way because we said, well, if men don't have to disclose their marital status every time they give their name and be identified by another person rather than by themselves, then why should women? So it's an option. It's important to say it's an option. I mean, women who wish to call themselves Mrs. John Smith or who wish to call themselves Ms., that's fine too, but we felt there should be another option.
How about in spoken communication? I know it seemed to me that the first time people became comfortable with it was writing, with the Ms. still sounded a little foreign to their ear.
Yeah.
Has that
I
changed?
think, well, that's part of the reason we started saying MS, as you pointed out, because if we said Ms., people were so unfamiliar with it that they would write down M-I-Z. And it still does sound a little strange, and I'm not sure that I think we should need any form of address. But as long as we run into these situations, when you register to vote or when you go to get a plane reservation or something and you're required to say something to indicate gender, well then, at least you have the option now of saying it without identifying yourself by another person, by saying, I'm Mrs. X, or by the lack of another person, Miss X.
Okay, Gloria, before we actually start our list of programmed questions, let me ask the women in our... Let me find out who's the complexion of the audience first. And could you indicate to me if the individual holding the cube console for the remainder of these questions, and there are a lot of them, is going to be male or female? It just says, are you? Please touch now. Who's going to be answering these questions for Gloria Steinem and Pat Carbine?
What if they pass it back and forth?
Well, let's ask them for the purposes of your sample. They can discuss it, okay?
Okay.
All right. And then I'm just curious. All right, let's see what the answer is. Well, we know who our audience is. 29% male and 71% female. Okay.
It's interesting because the readership of Ms. Magazine is about 20% male.
Is it really?
Mm-hmm. And it's not necessarily that men are subscribing, but they're reading their friends' copies or their wives' or their daughters' copies. I think we've replicated the readership here.
Actually, Martin gets his own subscription. All right, now let's depart for just a moment from our scheduled questions. For that 71% of you that answered that you are female and will be answering questions, what form of address do you prefer? Do you like to be called in written address Ms. Mary Smith, MS, or do you prefer the traditional Miss or Mrs. if you receive a letter, say a business communication in the mail? And please let me know when you see the touch now sign. One would be Ms. or MS, and two would be the more traditional Miss or Mrs. Please touch now. And we'll see. A lot of businesses I've noticed use Ms. Just because I guess it saves them trouble and money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's easier. And obviously one would not say Ms. John Smith. I mean, that wouldn't make sense.
That would be silly.
It'd have to be Ms. Jane Smith.
Okay, do we have the answer for that? Let's see.
Let's see, 32%. Well, now we have 3, so
57. What happened on that one? Miss, oh, it came out as Miss.
Oh, I see, there were 3 instead of
Ms.
2.
All right, well, if you lump 2 and 3 together, most people still prefer the more traditional form of address.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I think that, first of all, it is an option. I mean, as I tried to explain. But I think also that makes sense because the world still regards you that way, So, and also it depends, your credit cards may be that way. Much of your life communication may be that way.
Maybe that. All right. Let me just get the second question to get an idea of the age distribution of our audience, and then I'll let Gloria, who is an old pro, take it away. Could you indicate to us, for the purposes of our sample tonight, your age? Incidentally, these are anonymous questions. Please feel free to answer them all. The computer is not recognizing your individual responses. Could you tell us your age? Under 25, 25 to 35, to 45 to 55 and over, please touch now. Okay. The women's movement, in that it has organized from, is about 10 years old. Has the readership age of Ms. moved 10 years? I know it's 7 years
younger.
old.
Yeah, it's gotten younger. Because the women's movement may be the one social movement that I know of in which you become more radical with age. So it started out with women who were perhaps over 30 or over 40, because you have to be in the workforce or in the world or find out that marriage isn't exactly what Hollywood said it was like, whatever. Have children, go through certain experiences to understand what the problems are. And now it's spreading to younger women. It's, so our readership is getting a bit younger.
Okay, we have the answers to the age 15, 43. The bulk in that 25 to 35 And the real book up to 45, only 9% over.
But that's true of our readership as well. I think that our average age is 27, 28, and most of it is between 25 and 35. I should say that I'm 45. I noticed that you said that we were supposed to be anonymous, but see, women eventually won't feel they have to be anonymous if we just own up to our
Since you
ages.
raised it, Gloria, can I ask you, I read on your, just after your 40th birthday, your comment when somebody said to you, gee, you look great for 40, and you answered,
No, well, they said, I did make a sort of conscious decision. I've lied about my age up and down in the way that women do. When you're very young, you lie it up, and later on, you do make it down. And I decided, well, this is really ridiculous. Why not just say that when I was 40, I became a public 40-year-old, and people would say, oh, you don't look 40, and I would say, but this is what 40 looks like. We've been lying about it so long. How would anyone know? And it's a great relief and a release, I think, because after all, men are in their prime and attractive and all of that for many years, and why not women too?
all right, listen, sign me up for that. You were talking about women's experience in the women's movement as they got older, and in large part due to work. And since a number of your questions deal with work, would you like to ask our viewers the rest
Yes,
of
well, I thought I would ask, and I want to explain why I'm asking this way. With the women viewers, whether you work outside the home, and if so, full-time or part-time. So it would, in other words, you work outside the home. The answer to one is full-time, 2 is part-time, and 3 is no, if you don't work outside the home. And the reason I state it that way is because people refer to working women, which is a kind of an insult, because women who work at home also work very hard. Much longer hours for less pay than any other kind of worker, according to the Department of Labor. So we're very careful to say work outside the home and inside the home.
We have the answers, I think, don't we, to Gloria's question?
Full-time, 58%, that's interesting. Part-time, 10%. No, 52%. Yeah, I think that is probably a little high for full-time and a little low for outside the home altogether in terms of the national average. But about more than 70% of women who are now 16 and over will have or will work outside the home at some time in their lives.
I think that the attitude change that has accompanied that is staggering. When I graduated from college from Smith in 1970, I can remember, and that seems like such a short time ago, it really never dawned on me that I would work for my whole life.
Really, even in 1970? It didn't me either, but then I graduated in 56, so who knew?
It took a long time, really, to sink in. I knew that I wanted to work, and I thought for a long time I would settle down. A lot of that's
somebody once said, a woman, a writer, said, we are becoming the men we wanted to marry. And I thought it was such a fascinating thing to say, because it's true for a lot of us that we submerged our own hopes and ambitions or talents, and we would look for it in a man. I, for instance, would always go out with journalists. Somehow I thought that was the only way. I couldn't be it, so I had to marry it. And now we're becoming it ourselves. Should be a great relief to men, I should think.
I want to talk about the extent to which women's liberation, I don't even like that word, the way the civil rights movement reflected in affairs for women is helping men, maybe men even more than women. Perhaps we should tackle the rest of your questions.
Okay.
The next one I think you should explain a little bit.
All right. Well, the next one is for again for women. Do you consider yourself as having a professional job, or 2, a traditionally female job? Now, I sort of object a bit to the word professional, but because I think traditionally female jobs can and should be professional. But what we really meant by that is it a job that you see as a profession? And something that you want to do all of your life and so on? Or is it those traditionally female jobs like being a salesperson, a saleswoman, or a waitress, or a secretary at clerical work and so on, that have been dead-end jobs because they have been female?
Okay. 50? 50. Gloria, I'm curious.
That's a high professional percentage, incidentally, because most women are still in what's called the pink-collar ghetto. That is traditional female job.
I'm curious though, I want to depart and follow that up for just a second and ask the women, all of them, whether they answer that they work or not, if you consider working outside the home, the distinction that Gloria just made, an important part of your life now or in the future, because we have women who do have small children who have taken time off for work. In other words, do you fully intend either to keep working, work outside the home, or at some point in your life to work? You see that as an important part of who you are as a person. And button 1 would be yes, and button 2 no when you see the touch now sign. Trying to get at, there are, I think, a number of people who work, who might not have known what professional means, but who fully intend to work for their whole lives, or at least a good part of them. Can we ask that question now? But there it is, touch now. Button 1 would be yes, you do intend to work, you consider it important, and button 2, no. The reason I was asking if you thought that the women's movement had been beneficial to men, the last time I was out on an airport, see now 75% and really intend to work and consider it important, and 25, which is a very high percentage, I think.
It is high. We did an issue which you may remember because it had Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis on the cover as the all-time prototypal person about whom people say, why is she working? And what we were trying to do was make it okay, for all of us to say we work because we actually enjoy it. Because lots of women are made to feel that since it's unfeminine or whatever, to do what they're doing, they say, well, it's only because I have to. I'm not doing it for myself, little extras for my family, so on. But that really, of course, we enjoy being in the world.
The last time I was on a plane, there were male cabin attendants. I made a long-distance phone call, and the operator was a male. And I went to give blood, and the nurse was male. It seems to me that those traditionally female professions have been opening up to women awfully fast. They've been eradicating discrimination pretty quickly.
They're received very well because it's sort of an honor that they're there and so on, and the women who are part of that profession receive them well. On the other hand, when a woman becomes a telephone lines repair person or a TV repair person or something that's a mechanic, something very...
Wait a minute, let's ask the next question, and then whatever this problem is, we'll correct it, okay? Gloria's next question, which I'll ask for her, involves the Equal Rights Amendment, and we'd like to know your feelings about the issue, and then any comments that you might make, you can call in. So could you let us know how you feel about the Equal Rights Amendment, if you favor it, if you decidedly don't, or if you are undecided? Please touch now. Now, Camp David just occurred. There's Linda Bird Rob. I never quite get the names of them. Made a certain proposal there. Did you follow that? And if you did, is that something that you support?
No, I had no idea that any women were invited to Camp David except those who incidentally happened to be governors or something. What was her proposal?
That's not such a large number. We have the answer to the Equal Rights Amendment. 44. And
undecided 22. That's a very high. It's a very high undecided. The split between pro and con makes sense, but the undecided is very high because the nationwide it's about 55-56% of women and men who support the Equal Rights Amendment. The problem, part of the reason we think we have to have a women's magazine still, a different kind of women's magazine, is because, well, as we can see here, even with a high degree of undecided, more support the Equal Rights Amendment than don't. More women support it than don't. But if you read the mass media, you sort of get the idea that somehow women don't support it that much because the only nationally known woman who's against it, Phyllis Schlafly, is used so much by the state legislatures.
I was just Do you think that the undecided reaction is comes because people, the need that the media feels, television in particular, to be fair, generally means that whenever somebody supports it, you try and find someone who opposes it. Mrs. Schlafly is very articulate.
No, it's absolutely true. I'm glad you said that because it's, I mean, I think the fairness doctrine is sometimes interpreted by the media as showing the other side of issues they don't agree with. I mean, because they would not say, do you think Jews are inferior, one side up and one side down, or blacks or something, but they will still do it with women. So every time somebody speaks on behalf of the Equal Rights Amendment, and those folks are obviously in the majority, they then think they have to get somebody against it. And unlike another situation, which would be a parallel, which is the early civil rights movement, when reporters went to the South and said, well, 5 SNCC workers say they were beaten up by the sheriff, but the sheriff says no, they weren't, and you never knew what really happened. Finally, the press went in and really independently investigated. The media in this country has not ever reported what the Equal Rights Amendment really would and would not do. It is the most incredible breach of responsibility. And it's a very simple thing. I mean, it just means equality under the Constitution, exactly the way that race discrimination has now become illegal. The sex discrimination should be the same. It's very simple. And yet if you see people saying it will integrate bathrooms, it will force women out of the home, it will destroy Western civilization as we know it, pretty soon they're given 50% of the time, so pretty soon you wonder if it might not be true. And that makes this high degree of undecided.
Isn't some of that confusion, though, Gloria, because the economic laws on which the Equal Rights Amendment would have an impact are complicated, things like Social Security and disability and survivors' benefits?
It's perfectly easily. I mean, they're very uncomplicated. I mean, women are now supporting the federal government with their Social Security payments because you and your husband work, you both pay Social Security. When it comes time to retire, you have to, if your husband is no longer around, which is, or whatever the situation is, you have to choose between your husband's Social Security and yours. And you end up giving away usually the man's is higher, he's earned more money. So you end up never getting back the money that you yourself paid in.
I mean, you take widow's benefits from him and never collect
your own, right? And you may, and as a dependent, even if he's still alive. I mean, it's just grossly unfair. And anyway, it's clear that judgments ought to be made on specific situations, not on gender. I mean, you can say people who can have children, and that's one group of people, but you don't have to say women and men all the time.
All the time. Would you like to run through the rest of your questions, Gloria? Mm-hmm. And then I promised we would open up the telephones so people would ask questions.
This one I thought might be fun because it's a question that the Harris poll has asked for over a 10-year period, and then the viewers, you can see how you compare to the rest of the country. If women don't speak up for themselves and confront men on real problems, nothing will be done about these problems. 1 is agree and 2 is disagree.
And please touch now. Tell us what the poll has reflected over the last 10 years.
Well, it started out, it is now up to a whopping 80% of both men and women who agree with that statement, which is really enormous. And it started out in the first Harris poll being more like half or 60, depending on which groups you looked at, somewhere between half and 60%. But it's a huge 80% now.
Okay, we have the results. Let's see how Columbus compares. Mm-hmm. Right on target?
Right, yeah. Well,
82.
Even a little more, 2% more.
And 18, okay. Gloria, since we have phone calls holding, and I don't want to keep people on too long, let's take a few and then go back to the rest of the questions. Good evening, you're on Columbus Alive.
Yes, I'd like to ask Gloria Steinem a question. I read where she said that she is a feminist first and an American second. What would be her feelings about a man? What's supposed to be his feelings?
Well, a man can be a feminist too. I mean, all that being a feminist means is that you believe in the equality of people, men and women. And by saying that, I simply meant to say that human rights, I think we all agree with it anyway, because we in judging other countries, agree that the national interest of South Africa or whatever, is less important than the human rights of the individual citizens. And that is another way of saying, that human rights for women are more important than any national government.
Gloria, why don't you pose the next question while our caller is on the line and then ask her reaction?
Well, the next question actually related to the last question about if women don't speak up for themselves and so on. And it said, of those of you who do agree that women must speak up for themselves, how many are black, how many are white, how many are another ethnic background, or racial background? So 1 is black, 2 is white, and 3 is
There is
other.
a question in between. Would you like to ask if... Do we have that question on Chiron if people consider themselves a feminist? No, okay. Relate this one to the question before. If women don't speak up for themselves and confront men, nothing will be done about real problems. For the 82%, what would you answer? Are you black, white, or other? And let me thank our caller very much for joining us. 294-2576 is our telephone number if you would like to call and ask Gloria Steinem a question or make a comment. And there's the distribution.
Well, that's, I wonder if that, because we should have asked first, I suppose, about your audience in order to know what percentage of, I'll tell you the reason I thought it was interesting to ask the question is because there is a kind of epithet that's attached to the women's movement, which is that it's a white middle class movement. It's like it's all one key on the typewriter, and actually the national polls show that almost twice as many black women as white women, percentage-wise, compared to the number in the population, support the women's movement and the goals and the issues and so on.
Is that because they are proportionately on the socioeconomic scale placed lower and have more to
Well, I think there's because there's such a parallel between sex and race discrimination. You learn how to recognize it and how to fight it as a black person, and therefore go forward with it also to fight sex discrimination. And I think it's also because black women are more likely to be in the labor force, statistically speaking, and so experience it more.
Okay. And then the next question deals with your Ms. readership.
Well, yes, I'm curious, I have to ask. Have you ever read Ms. Magazine? And the first answer is yes, the second is no, and the third is occasionally or when I can. Well, that doesn't make sense, does it? Have you ever? That's a question. Because when I can would also be ever.
I guess yes would be perhaps people who subscribe.
Yeah. Well, why don't we just say, have you ever read Ms. and just answer yes or no?
Okay. Well, we have it in 3 parts, and it's pretty much yes and no.
Yeah. Okay.
1973 and 8.
Uh-huh. Small wonder. I came in the airport this afternoon and it was not on the newsstand.
It was all sold out.
No, they never had it. They never had it. It's very. Most of our readers subscribe because it is extremely difficult for a smaller magazine to be well distributed. Now, when this system perfects itself, when Cube perfects itself, and when we can get our newspapers and magazines dropped out of the bottom of our television set, because
we're working on it. We're working on it.
But it is the only national feminist magazine, the only magazine that is not a traditional one devoted to selling products and so on. So I hope that the 80% that thinks that women think that women have to speak for themselves will also take a look at a copy.
Gloria, there are now a number of women's magazines, Working Woman, Self, traditional magazines like Red Book and the Ladies' Home Journal have changed their coloration in the last couple of years.
I wish they had. I mean, they can't. I mean, the problem is they're stuck in an economic rut, and because women's magazines began as catalogs, and there are 3 major kinds of product categories that they advertise: cooking and food products, household cleaning products, and personal appearance products. And in order to get those ads, they have to have what is euphemistically referred to as supportive copy, which actually means not such an honest system by which products are mentioned editorially in order to get the advertising.
But hasn't there, I've noticed in magazines like the Ladies' Home Journal, there have been articles on wife beating, wife abuse, what to do, what women's legal rights are. That certainly represents a change over the last
It represents
5 or 6
a change,
years.
but by the time you're finished with this massive copy you have to do about food and cooking, about cleaning, and about personal appearance, in order to get those ads, you only have about 2, 3, 4 pages left over for that. So all the people, the good people I know who are working for those magazines, and I used to work for them too, are just dying in frustration, because you just can't get out of this economic bind.
But those are all things that are of concern to women and to people, aren't they? Food, consumer items.
They are, absolutely, and I think that, trade magazines for people, men or women, who work at home are very important, but I also think that they should be honest enough to recommend products that they really recommend, not just because they happen to advertise.
Okay. We have a little directional problem here, and I would like to turn to my viewers for a minute. I know that there are a number of you holding on the telephone. Gloria also has some more questions that she would like to ask. Could you tell me which direction you think we should do, because I'm afraid we're going to run out of time. Would you like us to open the telephone calls and let you make comments and questions to Gloria?
And I'm willing to give up my questions, so don't feel...
Oh, but there...
Viewers, don't feel bad. Feel free to say.
You have 6 questions. Or would you like Gloria to pose the rest of her questions that she would like you to answer? Button 1 would be we'll open the phones, and button 2 would be for Gloria to ask her remaining questions. Please touch now. Okay, thank you very much. We'll know that. Do we know now? Okay, let's take a look. The people, I think, those are all the people hanging on the line, right? Gloria, why don't you pose the rest of your questions? I think people want you to know how they feel, and then we'll try and open up the phones.
This is the most wonderful system. As somebody who sits in my living room throwing slippers at the television set, unable to talk back to it, I think this is great.
And we have a question programmed if people consider themselves feminist. Would you like to go back and pick that one up?
Fine.
Or should we? Okay, let's move on. Let's take that one. Do you consider yourself a feminist? It'll come up in just a second. That's just a yes/no question. All right. Do you consider yourself a feminist? Yes or no? We put that one to the women in the audience.
Yes, although men can be feminists.
Men can be feminists too.
Absolutely.
Okay, men who are answering this, you touch too. Please touch now. All right. What do you think they're going to say?
Well, I think that the misunderstanding of the word is so profound that I should think that probably a majority would say no.
Let's see.
Perhaps not. Oh, that's terrific. Isn't that great? Perhaps I could move here.
I think we would love it. Okay.
That's great, but maybe it's because we talked about it a little in the program. You see, because we said, I said men can be feminists. I said that before, and it's a belief in equality and so on. The media does the most extraordinary thing with it. If anyone looks in the dictionary, it's clear that it just means the full social and so on equality of women, which obviously your viewers understand more than the rest of the country.
Well, I think these are extremely sophisticated and articulate people. Let's take the rest of your questions. Okay.
Well, this is, I guess, should be addressed to women in the audience. Do you have preschool-aged children? Yes or no?
Although there are an increasing number of divorced fathers with children.
Right, absolutely.
Yes or no, please touch now. Have they gotten rid of those dreadful Dick and Jane books where Jane sat and watched Dick bounce the ball?
Not all of them, no. There's still about 4 times more boy characters than girl characters in kids' books.
All right.
And they're much more active. The boys are much more active.
Are we going to just run through all the questions? Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Do we wait for the answer to that one?
21 said yes and 79 no. It came up
I'll tell you the reason I asked that, and these have gotten a little disconnected from each other, but because I think that one of the image problems, like with the word feminism and so on, is with activist women, with women who are readers of Ms. Magazine, for instance. It comes as a surprise to know that a greater percentage of our readers have preschool children than the readers of any other women's magazine. So I think that the image of, and people are always saying to me at some point, and probably to you too, gee, you're not as bad as everybody says.
They say other things too.
I was trying to get at the image, the difference between image and reality. This is a question that men can answer too if they like. Have you ever experienced discrimination, sex discrimination based on sex? Or if you are a man, has a woman close to you experienced discrimination based on sex? Yes or no?
Please touch now. Okay. .64% say yes.
It's interesting. I think that's also a tribute to your watchers, your viewers, because that means that they recognize discrimination. I mean, for a long time, certainly in my generation, when people told me I couldn't do something, or when people said, well, you can't have a job because you might get married, or if you are married, you might have children, or if you have children, they might get sick, I don't know. You know, all of these things, I would just sort of accept it, and now we recognize it as sex discrimination.
Okay.
Now, this is a question that I ask because it's one of the issues that has really come to the surface in a big way lately, and now we feel okay, I think, about speaking about it, and that is a question of violence in the home. You know, if you raise all these folks to think you have to be aggressive to be masculine, and a whole lot of folks to think you have to submit to it to be feminine, you end up with a violent situation. And most violence in this country, most violence experienced by women, doesn't happen in the street. It happens at home. The home is the most dangerous place for a woman. So I was just curious to know, of course that doesn't mean a majority, but you know, relatively. Have you, or someone close to you, which means men can answer it too, experienced physical abuse in the home? Yes or no?
Home is the most dangerous place for children, isn't that true, Gloria?
Probably. I'm sure it must be true, but then children, it's more shocking for women in the sense because children are not out in the world to the degree that women are.
33% say yes and 67 no. How does that stack up with the national one?
Well, it's very difficult to know because we're just beginning to speak out about these things, but I would say that that's probably close to the national average. It comes in different forms. I mean, for instance, about 1 out of 4 females experiences some kind of sexual abuse before they reach the age of 18 from someone close to them, usually somebody they know, a friend of the family.
1 out of 4?
1 out of 4, statistically. And there are a lot of statistics you can find about battered women, that they're all an estimate. That is, women who live with men who use physical abuse on them. But it's at least 1 out of 10.
Okay, here comes the last question.
Well, this also has to do with, well, I have 2 more. Which one should I ask?
No, go ahead, take
okay. One of the issues that we did, let me just show the cover here, was the whole thing about sexual harassment on the job. And is that glaring? Is that okay? And that also is an issue that's just coming to the surface now on something we expected or thought was our fault or something. So I thought I would ask the women if you have ever felt an uninvited sexual pressure, advance, or sexual attack from men you work with, some level of uninvited sexual advance, yes or no?
Do you think, Gloria, we've progressed to the place where women recognize this, where the friendly pat on the shoulder, 52% yes and 48% no?
That's interesting.
That's high.
I think it's high. There's no real statistic on it because we're just beginning to speak about it. But at least now it is a recognizable form of sex discrimination, legally recognized, and you can do something about it.
That women would be even more shy about speaking about sexual harassment on the job than they would about something like violence in the home, because the job is your economic lifeline, and
but
you jeopardize
for women at home. But you see, I don't know. I don't think anybody knows, but I suspect that violence in the home and fears about the neighbors will know, they will think, it's my fault for marrying this man, or it's my fault for not having dinner, whatever it is. And the dependency, I think, is greater on a family than on a job.
Okay. Gloria's last question, and you've got to ask it and say what you mean by it.
Okay, all right. Well, all my questions have to be explained. This relates to how shall I say, the sort of politicization of sex in order to direct sex totally towards having children. There has been a considerable cultural feeling, religious and political and embedded in our laws, all kinds of things, that sex should be, that the sole purpose of sex was procreation, not also communication. So the question is, do you consider that the only purpose of sex is procreation? That's one, or that it's also communication?
Please touch now. That's what you call a majority.
Yeah, that's, well, see, that is a truly overwhelming change from 20 years ago, or perhaps even 10 years ago. And it's terribly important because sex has always been, just physiologically for human beings, it is, if I can say this on cue, true that human beings are the only animals who experience sexual pleasure and orgasm at times when we can't conceive. So it's always been a way of reaching out and caring about each other and experiencing closeness as well as procreation. But it's amazing how long repressive systems got us to feel that that wasn't true and that there was something sinful about it unless it was directed toward procreation.
Gloria, I said that we have now finished your questions, that we would open the phone to all our viewers. 294-2576 is our telephone number here at Columbus Alive. Our special guest is Gloria Steinem. We have our first call. Thank you for holding, and hi, you're on Columbus Alive.
Hi there. I guess basically I just wanted to mention that you may find that most of the answers that you get here on Columbus Cube, most of the people live in this area graduate from a very large university. The university that is open-minded and teaches a lot of women to be open-minded, which is going to change some of the results you're getting. A lot of people go to school here, they stay here, they're happy here. I think you're going to find that most of the women here are open-minded. It's got to be that way. There's not going to be any, I guess the point I basically want to make is you can't have a viable workforce unless you have both male and female participating in the workforce. It's a common thing. The way money is today, the way times are today. You have to. Also, people have individual personalities that need to be developed. I don't believe a man or woman can develop an individual personality by sitting at home, being stymied and not being outside and being allowed to create and allowed to absorb things from other people as well as give of themselves. It's a two-way deal in the world. It doesn't make it sitting at home. It just doesn't.
Gloria, I think Columbus is a wonderful place to live in. I think that our caller is not only typical but represents why Columbus is a nice place to live. And
I think it's true. I just want to say two things about what he said, which I appreciate very much. One is that I think maybe we put a little bit too much faith in education, because it turns out that the women who have changed their attitudes the most, actually, are what sociologists call blue-collar wives. What they mean is the wives of blue-collar men, not women who themselves work in the factories. So it doesn't necessarily follow. Sometimes I don't want to denigrate the whole lot, but sometimes education is a little bit of brainwashing too, and sometimes there's a commonsensicalness that comes first. So it doesn't actually, attitudes on women's issues don't necessarily correlate to college education. But the second, can I say, is that to the second part of what this young man said, which is very important, and I thank him for it. The problem with it is that women have begun to integrate themselves into the, quote, male job force because we need to economically, and we want to, and we enjoy it, and so on. But unfortunately, men have not yet begun to integrate themselves into the female occupation of raising children and taking care of the house. So the great problem for many, many women is that if they work outside the home, they really have two jobs, and men only have one, and that is an enormous strain, and we've got to start sharing equally in the home.
Let me just bounce that. Let me thank our caller for joining us. 294-2576 is our telephone number. Let me just bounce it back to all of you who work. How many of you share in the household duties, whether or not that includes raising children. Button 1 would be yes, and button 2, no.
Well, now, wait a minute. Is this for men or women? And
For both who work. I want to see how many, or should we ask it just of men?
it's because women don't just share; they probably do
But
a major portion.
those women who are with us, I wonder. Okay, we're going to get an answer. We can break it up in a minute.
Okay.
Of the women who are watching, I wonder how many also experience some sharing with their mate.
Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you're saying.
82% say that there is some sharing. Okay, now who does the majority of work? Well over 50% of the work. Is it women, button 1, or is it, let me rephrase that. Does the woman do well over the majority of the work, or is it split more or less evenly? Household sort of chores.
And responsibility for raising children.
If children are there included. Button 1 would be the woman does well over 50%, and button 2 is that it's pretty evenly split. Please touch now. Okay, we do have our next phone call. Hi, you're on Columbus Alive.
Hello, I very much enjoy the conversation so far.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask Ms. Steinem if she could tell me pretty much about the ERA. Does she feel that a majority of the people that are against it are men or women? And
Well-
what are the reasons that people it seemed to be it was going along great and then just kind of screeched to a halt?
Yeah. Actually, the majority of people against it are men, and that was very clear, contrary to popular fiction. The majority are not against it, are not women. It was very clear, for instance, on the issue of extension of the ratification deadline, which was a difficult issue in many ways, a complicated issue, and many more women favored the extension of the ratification deadline. I think it was over 60% than men did. It was one of the clearest tests. But the reason I think that it's run into a lot of difficulty now is partly simply structural. That is that we only have 3 more states to go, and so the opposition is very worried that we might actually get it, and so it's much more forceful now. And also partly because people have begun to figure out its economic implications. If women make now, as is the case, 58 cents on the dollar, on each dollar made by men, and you...
Is that for comparable jobs, Gloria?
No, it's across the board for full-time work, 58 cents on the dollar. But a woman with a college education makes less than a man with a high school education. So we could figure it out, area by area. And you start to equalize that. It's going to cost a lot of money. And the economic opposition to it is, I think, very severe. Also, some religious fundamentalist opposition. And it's really embedded in the state legislatures that are southern, western, and frequently much more conservative than the states in which they sit.
Okay. Thank you for your call. 2942576 is our telephone number here on Columbus Alive. That's the answer to the question we asked just at the beginning of our phone call. 63% of our couples still women does the majority of the work. But that's almost a 60-40 split in terms of dividing it, which I find encouraging.
Mm-hmm. No, it is encouraging because and that's better. This audience than the man was right about who called is much better than the national average, because those studies that show, for instance, they asked how much among women who have recently gone out to work outside the home, what kind of increase in the husband's work in the home was there? And the increase was like less than an hour or something a week. I mean, it was hardly at all, yeah.
Okay. Hi, you're on Columbus Alive.
Yes, I have a comment and I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
My comment is that I very much appreciate Gloria's remarks about violence in the home because I work in a shelter house for battered women. And so I would applaud that. And my question is, if, underline, the ERA does not pass, what should we do?
Well, I think we have a couple of choices, and we will all have to decide together what we do. One is to reintroduce it in Congress and start the process over again. Just, like getting off a horse, you get right back on and you say, okay, we're gonna do it again. And a second one would be to try to accomplish almost the same thing with an important proviso. By going through the courts and elaborate procedures to change thousands of laws in particular states and federally that are based on nothing but gender. However, the second path would not protect us from discrimination in the future. That is, the virtue of a constitutional amendment is that it says that this group judgments can't be made on gender just like they can't be made on sex. And this would be I mean, you would be able to change the laws in the past. Perhaps you wouldn't be able to protect yourself with a constitutional principle against similar laws continuing to be made in the future. But if that happens, you know, you and I and all the other women and men who care are going to have to think very hard about tactics.
Gloria, I think that our caller has a super question. And what's the historical precedent for how long it took to get some of the other important constitutional amendments passed?
Well, it depends on how you look at it, if you know what I mean. I mean, to end slavery and in this country and to bring about the possibility of black men voting took, obviously, you know, pretty much the first century, and to get women of every race voting took another 50 years. So the development of public opinion on these things takes a very long time. And very few other constitutional amendments had any time limit. On the other hand, most constitutional amendments have been passed much more quickly once they were actually enunciated and phrased. Now this one, of course, has been around for 50 years itself. We seem to be replicating the period of time it took to get the vote to get legal equality.
In the beginning, weren't they considered almost as the same things? People thought of equal rights as meaning voting rights. Most of the laws that we have that we now want to change, of course, have come in the last.
Well, you mean because we got the vote that then there was no discrimination?
That problem had been solved.
Well, maybe, but I think there was quite a realization that was not the case among a lot of people, because the moment that women got the vote, they started working on the Equal Rights Amendment because they could see that there was still this problem. And of course, black men got the vote and yet were precluded from voting by elaborate and arcane literacy tests and having to own property and all other kinds of things. So it's been 2 steps in each case, at least 2 steps.
Okay, let's go back to our viewers. Good evening, you're on Columbus Alive.
Good evening. I would like for you to ask Ms. Steinem if she will ask the women viewers how many are against ERA.
Oh, we did that.
I think we just...
I missed it. I'm sorry.
We did it, and it was 40-some% for, 30-some% against, and I think 22% undecided.
Was that just the women?
That was our whole audience. Can we bring back that question you're just asking of the women?
Just the women.
Okay. Give us just a second and we'll bring that back and ask it of everybody. And let me ask you to stay watching and I'll take our next phone call. Is that okay?
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, you're on Columbus Alive.
Hello, I'd like to ask Ms. Steinem a question.
Here she is.
And the question is, as far as affirmative action, in particular for women, how do you feel about that?
Well, I feel fine about it as it actually exists in real life. I don't feel so good about the distortions of it because the opponents of affirmative action have somehow made it seem that the requirements are lowered, which isn't accurate. I mean, the point is to go out affirmatively and recruit and to bring into this, to make people know that the job is available and to have special programs and so on until you get into proportion with the number of women who are in that particular job area.
Gloria, let me ask our caller if he would just stay with us for a moment. We have the PQ from the caller right before you. This is just for the women who are watching us tonight. Could you respond to the question? Do you favor the Equal Rights Amendment? Yes, no, undecided. And we'll see how that stacks up with the audience as a whole. 54% say yes, 29 no, and 17 are undecided.
Yeah, so that's much more, yeah.
Our previous caller. I'm sorry that I interrupted you. I beg your pardon.
It's interesting because it is contrary to the myth that women oppose it more than men do.
That made a big percentage point because the time for the whole audience, 44.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me, since we've kept our quote, did you have a follow-up question to that about
Well, I have one idea about affirmative action. I'd like to know if it's a distortion, and if it is, I'd like you to clear it up for me.
Yes, sir.
I'm under the impression that if two people come to a job, one male, one female, both equally qualified, then under the affirmative action system, there will be a quota for women, and that woman may get hired in place of the man. Is that true?
No, they're not quotas. What there are, quotas only apply when there are pools of people who are already qualified. Suppose you've got 100 people, all of whom have passed the examination to become a police officer. Since they're all qualified, then the law, the affirmative action procedure may enable you to take more of the women than of the men in order to counter an imbalance. But that's because they're all qualified. If you're talking about the more usual situation, which is two people just coming to work, it almost never happens that two people have exactly the same qualifications, but for the sake of argument. Then if the employer has discriminated in the past and therefore doesn't have that many or any women, that employer may try to make up for it by taking the woman instead of the equally qualified man. But I must say there are an awful lot of employers who use this as an excuse. They don't like it. They don't like affirmative action, so they will say, they use it hostilely. They will say, well, the reason I can't hire you is because of all this affirmative action stuff, and it really has no basis in law.
I think if I could add a comment, Gloria, the phrase that you mentioned, if there has been documented past discrimination, is the key, particularly in large hiring places, particularly unionized workshops where women were automatically turned down. And that's where the term affirmative action, trying to redress something that had gone on in the past, took place. People just come in for a job, very much like selecting a college class, where you look for all different sorts of traits. And in my own experience, I've never seen, as you said, two people
completely
so exactly balanced, tuba players, little children who read Proust. Only one was male and one was female. Never happens.
Well, the other thing is that we must remember that we're concerned with the good of the community also. And it's important from the community point of view to have a variety of people who are teachers so that kids can see lots of different people honored in authority, or who are police officers, or whatever it is. So the variety is not just an individual concern, it's a social concern.
Let me thank our caller. That was a super question, one I think is on everybody's mind. And Gloria, they've gotten to ask you questions, you've gotten to ask them questions. And I have just a few things I'd like to ask you, since your first book came out in 1963. And since the late 60s, when you became a national spokesperson for the women's movement, do you think in this past 10 years that you've changed at all? That you're more relaxed or a different person than you were 10 years ago?
Oh yes, it's hard, to see yourself outside yourself. But I know that I am a much happier person than I was 10 years ago. Because 10 years ago I felt that I couldn't be honest. I felt I had to shuffle and giggle a little and pretend not to know what I knew. And also 10 years ago I wasn't working at work that I loved. I mean, as a woman and a journalist, I was still having problems getting the kind of assignments I wanted, as opposed to writing about lipstick and fashion or something. Yeah.
Do you think that you'll ever get married?
Well, I think that's a question that's hard to answer, because it depends what we mean by marriage. I mean, I guess you mean legally.
That's what I had in mind, yeah.
Well, I think probably not, because I don't intend to have children, and I suspect that's a major reason for getting married. That's one thing. The second thing is that the marriage laws at this moment are so bad, so unequal, that there is a noticeable marriage strike. Equal Rights Amendment would help that a lot, because the marriage laws are still sort of based on the old English principle that the married couple is one person, that person is the man. But once the laws are better, I suppose I might. I mean, there might be, a legal reason why you would want to pool your belongings and have a legal partnership.
Okay. One last question. We're out of time. Are there any national political candidates you're excited about?
Excited? No, not excited. I think that we all just need to keep ourselves together and work on the issues and press very hard so that no one can be too bad.
Okay, Gloria Steinem. Thank you very much for joining us. Please stay tuned now for a special edition of Someone Wants to Know with Pat Carvine and Gloria. Thank you all very much for joining us. And good night, everybody. Thanks.
Woman, an in-depth exploration of the world of women today with Sandra Elkin.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the current economic situation, the kind of depression that we're in, and how you feel it affects the movement.
Well, I think, economic issues, survival issues have always been the main emphasis of the women's movement, no matter how much the press has made it seem that it was about opening doors and lighting cigarettes and so on in order to brush it aside. That has never been the case, obviously, for most women in this country. The problem is survival. If you consider, to throw in one, statistic for argument's sake, that of all the jobs that pay $15,000 a year or more, 94% are held by white males. It's a pretty effective caste system.
Pretty effective statistic.
Right. With the other 6% left over for all women and for minority men, you really begin to see that it's a pretty rough situation, especially for older women. I mean, women over 65 are the single poorest group of people in this country, whatever the race of a woman, and for female-headed families. So it's always been the emphasis, but now, of course, it's even more severe because we get female unemployment going up much, much higher and faster. It's gone up about 40% just in the past 4 or 5 years.
It's gone up, not down?
Female unemployment.
Yes.
Unemployment.
It's gone up.
Yeah, it's gone up enormously, yeah. And there are at least 2 million, probably more, women and kids on welfare just in the past few years. So it's, it really is more and more about survival, and part of what we try to do is educational, to try to make everyone, men and women, understand that women work because they need to work, so that in this depression we won't get what we had in the last depression, which was that women, simply because they were women, were put out of work, and it was assumed that men, just because they were men, needed it more.
One of the charges that's very often leveled against the women's movement is that it's imitative. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think that's inevitable in a sense. That is, both because what we know is the world around us, and because, for instance, the black movement was always, in the beginning, thought to be trying to be middle-class white. That was the great ideal, And so women are said to, want to be like men, or to have a piece of the pie as in the system as it exists, and so on. But I think that's mostly ego, sort of. Or just, that's all we know. But what could be better than to be, But also it's partly fear, because it's sort of as if men were saying, suppose they do to us what we've been doing to them.
What a radical movement. One thing about Gloria Steinem you may be interested to hear, she's a very, very petite, slight woman, much smaller than you would imagine if you haven't seen her in person. Anyway, I bring that up because she admits that her looks have had a lot to do with her success as a leader in the women's movement. And by the way, I wondered if she thought it was fair to call the women's movement radical.
I don't think that we're radicals. I think the system is radically wrong, but nonetheless, Jerry Falwell and much of Reagan's cabinet and Reagan himself and all these folks, seem to be quite upset by it.
Have you ever met Reagan?
No.
Why don't you try and arrange a meeting with him? It would be interesting to see. He is very popular with the American people.
No, he's not. The only reason he was elected by 26% of the American electorate, and it was the oldest and the richest and the whitest and the most male electorate in the history of the country, and most of them were just voting for change for the sake of change. I mean, I think that we have low standards for him because we know he's not very bright, so we sort of forgive him, you know, for messing up.
People are throwing things at the set out there. Do you really think George McGovern has a well, I think we all accept the fact that he doesn't have a chance, but he's going to make an important contribution to the dialogue. But maybe you think he does have a chance to become president.
Well, I don't know what has gone into his thinking in declaring. I don't see.
Role in it?
No, not at all. No, I have not at all. I haven't even spoken to him. I have a lot of respect for him because he was the first member of the Senate to stand up and say that Vietnam was a mistake, and he was the first major politician to talk about white racism instead of just talking about the Negro problem. And so he has a sense of history and he's an ethical man, so I assume that he believes that he can contribute to the dialogue, but he doesn't seem to have a campaign. He doesn't have a campaign manager and financing, so I'm assuming also that he doesn't see himself as a practical nominee, but more as a force to keep the issues in view.
Right. It's remarkable to me that your collection of writing starts with the one that I think made you prominent. I was a Playboy bunny. How many years ago was that?
20.
You posed as a bunny. You were a bunny, weren't you?
Well, under another name, I went to write an expose of being a bunny.
And here 20 years later, the Playboy bunnies are still hopping around the landscape at the various clubs. Hugh Hefner is still making a lot of money. All those kinds of things are still very successful and popular.
Well, yes and no. I mean, the Playboy clubs are closing. The customers are getting older and older.
Where do the young men go?
The readers of Playboy apparently are getting older and older. And in any case, even if that weren't true, I personally don't want to go.
I wonder if he would want to go down in history if there was time.
Well, I suspect that he wants to be thought of as an admirable person because he's making all kinds of efforts to buy civil liberties awards and to paint himself as a champion of the First Amendment and so on. So I think he may be having second thoughts himself.
Any ambitions to become president?
No, I don't, but I must say that Reagan and Nixon and company have removed any sense of humility we might have felt about that office.
Yes.
If they can do it, we can do it.
Now you got those people all angry. Let me show the book again. Gloria Steinem, Outrageous Acts and Everyday Rebellions. Thanks very much.
Now, guided by director Carl Charlson, here's a telescope profile of Gloria Steinem, her childhood, her work, and her friends.
What do they build their things on? You know, what kind of girl is she? She seems like a real bitch. Oh, she must be very aggressive and pushy. You know, they have these whole preconceived ideas of girl who gets to where Gloria is in life, what one has to do.
It makes me sad because of the bitch part. I mean, that really gets to me. I guess maybe it's worse than I think. I mean, I don't hear those comments, but what I've come to understand lately is it's not always personal. Is that all women come in for this kind of stuff, because I keep meeting women who I've heard all my life are bitchy and pushy and so on and so forth. I meet them and they're nice, compassionate people. If you don't play your role, you know, if you dare to aspire to something, then you get it automatically. But it's hard for me to remember.
Then there are other people who say, well, Gloria's a star, not a writer. A lot of people say that. A lot of people talk about her star instinct, that she's always just slightly too far ahead in the avant-garde movement. There are people who just make simple fun, like Al Capp. Who called her the Shirley Temple of the New Left?
Al Capp and David Susskind are two of the few people I can accept criticism from and not care, because I don't think they know what the hell they're talking about.
Gloria Steinem, co-founder and editor of Ms. Magazine, you're in Washington this week to speak at a Children's Defense Fund conference on the importance of families to feminism. Tell us something about the speech you're going to be giving to them tomorrow.
I think the question is how we define families. Obviously, the family is the most basic unit of society, and it has the same importance to feminists as it does to anti-feminists and to, you know, any other grouping of people. But The question is, what is the family? And the importance to feminists comes from the hope of a democratic family, of a family in which there's a concept of rights for each of the parties, and a family in which the work is more equally divided, so that women are not totally responsible for child care, for instance, and end up with 2 jobs while most men have 1. That is, most women are now working outside the home and still are responsible for child care and for getting dinner and taking care of the house and so on. It is the place where we either learn that democracy is possible, or we dig very deep grooves in our brain that tells us that there are inequities among people that causes us later on to accept other inequities, whether it's based on race or class.
Gloria Steinem is co-founder and editor of this magazine, Ms. Magazine. How long has this been in business?
13 years. We're entering our 13th year.
Is it successful?
It's very successful by magazine business standards, because we have survived for all these years with about maybe 1/6 of the money that magazines our size, like Esquire, Atlantic, Harper's, and so on, have had. That doesn't mean it's not difficult, however. I mean, precisely because we don't have a lot of money in a corporate sponsor, we're subject to every postal increase, every increase in the cost of paper. So, we've succeeded without advertising because we couldn't afford advertising.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Ms. Magazine is a non-profit organization.
Yes, we're a foundation.
Now that is unique, is it not, among magazines in general? There aren't many non-profit magazines.
Well, actually, the National Geographic is, Black Scholar is, Mother Jones is. There's a handful of magazines, Harper's now is, that are foundations.
Is this magazine intended to be a spokesperson for the women's movement?
It's intended to be a forum for it, because there's much diversity. That's the strength of the movement. And what makes us different from other women's magazines is that, first of all, our bottom line is we assume that women are equal human beings. We're not still arguing about it like other magazines. And also, we try to be a magazine for the whole woman. I mean, we have the traditional women's magazines that are trade books for women who work at home, and the newer women's magazines that are trade books for women who work in the office. But we're the only magazine that's for the whole woman. That is, we have fiction and poetry, as well as articles about children and articles for children, and talking about public policy issues, analyzing legislation as it will impact women. In some sense, we're kind of Esquire or plus Rolling Stone for women, I guess.
Good evening. Welcome to our call-in program. Very special guest this evening, and joining us for the next 60 minutes to talk about the women's movement and some of the issues facing Congress, and also her speech tomorrow before the Children's Defense Fund, is Gloria Steinem, who, as I said, is co-founder and editor of Ms. Magazine. She's been with them since it started in 1971. Ms. Steinem's column, Feminist Notes, appears every month in Ms. Magazine. She also co-founded New York Magazine in 1968 and was its political columnist until 1971. She helped found the National Women's Political Caucus, the Coalition of Labor Union Women, and the Women's Action Alliance. She has a BA degree from Smith College and is originally from Toledo, Ohio. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Can't you hear it?
That Ohio accent
right.
coming through. It's Walter Cronkite, I think. That's a Walter Cronkite accent is what it is. Phone lines are open for viewers in all areas of the country. This is a call-in program. I invite you to give us a call. We'll be discussing a wide variety of issues. If you have a question or comment, though, we'd certainly like to hear from you. Those numbers for viewers in Eastern and Central time zones, 202-628-2525, and those of you in Pacific and Mountain time zones, 202-783-2727. Several times in the opening minutes of this interview, use the term women's movement. Is the women's movement in 1985 a cohesive, organized movement?
I hope not. Because, saying that the women's movement means everybody who's working on equality. So that means that there are many, many different issues, and there should be many different issues, and there are many different cultural groups and ethnic groups. Maybe it used to be a cohesive group, when it was much smaller. But now it's very big and diverse, so there are national organizations like the National Organization for Women, which is the biggest one, and then there are many national organizations working on specific things, on issues of reproductive rights, on getting women into political office and so on. Then there are many groups working on specific issues. There are regional groups. There's no community without a women's center, a battered women's shelter, a rape crisis hotline. It's a very, very big and diverse movement.
I'm holding up the style section of the Washington Post from Tuesday, and it has an interesting article which certainly pertains to the women's movement. And the head over here says, hitting it big and kissing it goodbye. And it says, no kids, no job, women at home just for themselves. Story by Stephanie Mansfield. And if I move down in the story, it says, although there is no evidence that women are leaving the workforce in droves, the statistics, in fact, point to the reverse. A number of frustrated female professionals are turning their backs on the 1980s in favor of the 1950s. It is a small underground of women who delight in defying the social order, who revel in their rebellion by cooking gourmet meals and washing their husband's socks and staying in bed all day if they so desire. Some call themselves, quote, women at home. Others say they are leisure persons. Whatever the name, the phenomenon is rare enough to raise eyebrows nowadays in certain upwardly mobile circles. I bring up this article because it seems to raise the question, is there a reversal from what we've seen, the women's movement, and so much talk about it in the 70s? Are we moving away from that trend now in the mid-80s towards the 90s?
Look, the point was never what we chose. The point is that we had the power to make a choice. Okay? So that is a phenomenon of the women's movement, that women can choose, have the power to choose, right, to do that. I mean, you know, if you're forced into a position, it's very different from choosing it. I mean, it's the whole nature of freedom. It has, I mean, that's what it's all about. And it is extremely difficult to have two jobs, which is what happens to women. I mean, we work in the labor force, in the paid labor force, but we're still supposed to get dinner and wash the socks and so on. So naturally, it can seem like a relief to only have to wash the socks once in a while. Which I must say, you know, should be open to men too. Men should be able to wash our socks if they wish to retire and cook gourmet meals.
Phone lines are open for viewers in all areas of the country. We'll be here until 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and the first call for Gloria Steinem is from Augusta, Georgia. Good evening, you're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Ms. Steinem, I've always wondered about some of the inconsistencies of the feminist movement of which you are a part, and I'm not generalizing. I'm not saying everybody within that movement, but some of the people of your movement have always said that, have always brought up the topic of the male chauvinist sexist pig, and yet the first politician they supported was Ted Kennedy, who is the epitome of the male chauvinist sexist pig that I ever saw. Could you explain the moral inconsistency of that idea, please?
Thanks for the call, Gloria Steinem.
Well, I think there has been a lot of concern about, I mean, the feminist movement, one of its mottos is the personal is political. So it does uniquely, I think, among political movements, look at the personal behavior of a politician as well as the votes. And that has been a source of concern, not only about Senator Kennedy, but about, I mean, let's face it, most of the men in the House and the Senate. You must deal with what the real universe is, and Senator Kennedy, in fact, in terms of his public actions and his votes, has been extremely supportive of women's rights, has initiated legislation, for instance, for women in science and so-called, unfeminine fields, and has very often been a leader on those issues. So in the real world, if we were not going to vote, if we were going to vote for men who behaved perfectly towards women, we wouldn't vote. But in the real world, Senator Kennedy is one of the leaders in public policy for women's rights.
Long Beach, California. Good evening, and go ahead, please. Long Beach, are you with us?
Hello. Yes. I had to turn my TV down.
Okay.
And, I just want you to know, my mother, my 82-year-old mother and I saw your movie, Bunny's Tale, last night on Channel 2, I believe, here. And, I'm so glad we saw it. It gave me a new perspective on the woman's movement. And I've watched from a distance, haven't been part of it, but I've been one of those that chose to work and have a family too. I never had any complaints, but I can sure seen a lot of people that did have, and justifiably. And let's see, my mother said that she wished you'd come along a long time ago. That helps a lot.
Did you think it was a pretty accurate movie? Did you think it was a good movie, caller?
Oh, I thought it was an excellent movie. I think it gave a perspective that we don't see, but it exists in so many lines that women work in, but especially in that field.
I'm holding up Gloria Steinem's book, and one of the chapters right here, I Was a Playboy Bunny, and this chapter was a topic of that movie yesterday. A lot of people saw it. Did you think it was a good movie?
Yes, I thought it was an excellent movie.
I was asking Gloria Steinem, caller. Thank you very much for the call. Did you think it was a good movie?
Yeah, I liked it because, I mean, you know, when they first asked me, when ABC first said, do you want to make this into a movie, I said, absolutely not, you know, I mean, because I had this vision of them exploiting, you know, bunnies one more time. But Joan Marks, the producer, made sure that I got approval of the writer and the treatment, and also it was a wonderful team of women who did it. Karen Arthur, who was the director, Kirstie Alley, who was the star, Dina Goldstone, who was the writer. So what I liked about it was that I think it allowed us to see bunnies as people, not objects. And that was very important. And the second important thing was that it was a story that could have happened anywhere, whether it's in a secretarial pool or a factory, wherever it is. Because it was that moment when women first realized that if we act together and support each other, we can make a change for the better.
This is Gloria Steinem's book, Gloria Steinem, Outrageous Acts and Everyday Rebellions. Why'd you pick that particular title?
It is too long, don't you think, for a book to...
It's
I'll tell you what it
interesting.
comes from. Well, it comes from a kind of organizer's deal that I make with audiences at the end of speeches. A movement is only composed of people moving, right? And I'm always very concerned about what happens the next day after we've had a meeting or a rally or whatever. So I ask people to do at least one outrageous thing in the next 24 hours. Say beginning at 9 o'clock. I'll make this deal with people who are watching. Right? If each individual promises to do at least one outrageous thing in the cause of simple justice in the 24 hours beginning, say, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, can be as simple as saying, pick it up yourself, a very subversive act for women who've been the servants in their own households. Could be comparing our salaries. I mean, employers keep us from telling the one thing we actually know, which is how much we make. Could be for a lot of us white folks saying, what am I doing in a white ghetto? I'm culturally deprived. Could be many things. Could be writing about a piece of legislation, whatever. But if each person promises me that they will do this outrageous thing, then I will do an outrageous thing too. And there are two results, at least two results. One is that 48 hours later, the world is different. And the other is that you have such a good time that you never again get up in the morning saying, will I do an outrageous thing, but only which outrageous thing will I do today?
Has your life been a constant string of outrageous acts and rebellions?
In some ways, yeah, I suppose so. I mean, I certainly never thought of it that way. I was a 50s person. I spent a long time trying to do what society told me to do. I don't feel it's outrageous. I feel it's sweetly reasonable. But to the degree that the structure around us is outrageously wrong, to be reasonable is to be outrageous. I mean, it's the irony of the title.
Coral Gables, Florida. Good evening. You're next caller this hour. Go ahead, please.
How are you this evening?
Fine. Yourself?
Fine. Ms. Steinem, I have a question for you. Why do people have to be so rebellious and so outgoing and so you're doing it with such frustration and such anger?
Well, we're doing it with love and with anger and with patience and with humanity and compassion and difficulty and every possible human emotion. I think that's such a big question that I would just suggest to you one kind of overall answer. If you imagine that you were the same person you are, and you have all the smarts and humor and dreams and ambition and everything that you as an individual have, and you were born female, how would you feel about it? And then, I think that helps to understand what the problems are and what we all have to gain, men as well as women.
Any response, Florida?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the call. We appreciate it. Phone lines are open for viewers in all areas of the country. Our guest is the editor and co-founder of Ms. Magazine. We're going to be discussing a wide variety of issues, and we'd like to hear your phone calls. There are many subjects which are quote-unquote women's issues coming up in Congress this year. One of the issues that Congress will be dealing with is the whole subject of pay equity. You kind of alluded to it. What do you think will be happening as far as that issue in 1985, pay equity specifically?
Well, there has been, as you know, the Economic Equity Act, which was a huge package that included many measures, two of which were passed in the last Congress, one having to do with child support payments and the right to withhold money from salaries if a parent is not supporting his or her child. And the other one had to do with pension rights. There are many other parts of that package that may come up in this Congress. For instance, the discrimination in insurance, which came up once before and, you know, will come up again. I think that though the Reagan administration started out not supporting any part of the package, and then very belatedly in an election year supported part of it and took credit for the passage of the pension and child care measures. There is an extremely lukewarm attitude towards equality and pay equity especially, and the influence of business in this, in insurance companies and so on in this administration is disproportionate, to put it mildly. But I do think that there is a growing coalition and that there is a possibility of passage. And I recommend, one of the things that we try to do in Ms. Magazine is to cover legislation. And if you look at the March issue, I'm sorry to say this, it's hard to find this any other place nationally on the newsstand. But if you look at the March issue, you'll find all of the issues that are likely to come up in this Congress, so that you know what to write your congressperson about.
I'm holding up the inside of Ms. Magazine. It says, Making Change, Ms. Gazette, Consolidating Past Gains in the New Congress. It's by Lavina Edmonds, and as you say, it goes through a wide variety of topics: child care, civil rights, choice, feminization of poverty is just a few. Let's take a call from Salt Lake City, Utah. You're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Okay, first and foremost, this is my one outrageous act of the day. I've never done this in my life. I'm sorry I missed the movie last night. I really wanted to watch it, but I was working in the center for battered wives. And my question is, Ms. Steinem has always been one of my idols from a long time back. I wonder what she suggests that someone like me, a little housewife Mormon stuck in the hills of Utah, what can I do to make a difference?
Well, by working in a battered women's shelter, you're already making a big difference. And actually, a part of the plot of the movie was about one of the women who was being beaten up by her husband. The most dangerous place statistically for an American woman is not in the street, it's in her own home. That's where most violence takes place. And you're already doing a great deal by working there. I think, we have this idea that important acts must take place nationally or from someplace in the sky. Actually, movements like houses are only built from the bottom up, not from the top down. So when we contend with when we create democracy within our own families, when we deal with our own language so that we don't imprison our dreams by the bias in the language that we use, when we make it clear to our children that we love them even if they don't play traditional roles, when we don't say, little boys can't cry, little girls can't be, all those things. When we deal with our religions, and certainly, the Mormon structure per se has been a great, not the individual Mormon, but the Mormon structure has been a very great impediment for women's equality and a big opponent of the Equal Rights Amendment. And even excommunicated, worked in support of the Equal Rights Amendment. All of those are the heart and soul of the movement. That is real change. And a lot of the rhetoric that goes on at an upper level is not real change. So please don't say you're just a little housewife from Utah, because you, first of all, housewives are workers. I mean, we have to get rid of this language that says women who don't work and women who work. I mean, homemakers work harder than any other group in the economy. And secondly, you are the heart of the change.
Cleveland, Ohio, good evening. Go ahead, please.
Hello. Gloria, you're a great heroine of mine. We're both from the 50s. And growing up, I felt all the things that you felt. And fought some of the battles, though not nearly as successful. So I'd just like to tell you that I'm pretty successful in the business world, and I've been very happy with my life. But I have to say, it's still there. It's still there. Working with men, it's very...
The problems that are still there.
Pardon?
You mean the problems are still there?
The problems are still there. They're very deep inside of all of us. And in trying very hard, and sometimes not hard, but the barriers between men and women in the business world are still there. Men in particular are still very uncomfortable at dealing with women on an equal basis, dealing with women who are perhaps above them in business. And I guess my question to you is, do you see a time when that may break down?
Carla, if I could ask you a question. Do you think the movement, though, is in the right direction? In society, you seem to feel that you're not treated fairly. Is society, specifically American society, moving in the right direction, even though it isn't fair to you now?
I'm not sure. I think I would have to have more contact with some of the younger women, say those just coming out of college right now. I'm not sure how they feel about it. I think there's been a backsliding in the United States for women. I know that things now feel differently to me than they did in the 70s, where there was a lot more support for women. That is, there was more acceptance, a greater enthusiasm to accept women. Now I think that's past, and it may be a function of my being at a different place, a higher level in business, but I'm not sure.
Okay, Cleveland, thanks for the call. Gloria Steinem.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think to try to make some perspective historically, I think we spent, 100, 150 years trying to gain a legal identity for women of all races and for black men as human beings. I mean, women and black men had been possessible as chattel, as objects. They were not legally human beings. It was a big gain to become legal persons. Now, having gained a legal identity in the second wave, we are struggling for legal equality. That's probably going to take a century, and we're only about 15 years into it. And we are dealing with patriarchy and racism that goes very deep. And we've had at least 5,000 years of both to overthrow or to humanize those systems. We tend to pick our verb depending on the state of our patience at the moment. Is going to take a very long time. And for instance, though we are growing thanks to the courage of women like the caller who are in the paid labor force and out there on the edge of change, men and women are growing accustomed to seeing women honored in public authority. But let's remember that as long as within the family, most children are raised almost totally by women, we will continue to associate female authority with childhood. And thus, it will be threatening when we see women in positions of public and business authority, because it will emotionally feel like, to some women as well as especially to men, a regression to childhood. So, the changes are very much hooked up to each other and go very deep, as this caller says.
She suggested that women as a movement have been backsliding recently. Would you agree with that?
No, I don't think. I think what's happened is that, the reason I say no is because the public opinion polls show growing support for every issue of equality you can name. So, you know, I think that it has become a massive populist consciousness changing, and all of us feel differently about what our kids can do, and, you know. But precisely because of its success, there's a backlash. And the backlash controls the White House. I mean, we have the most anti-equality president in the history of the country. We've had presidents before who didn't know anything about equality. We have presidents who said, let's stop now, this has gone far enough. This is the first one who said, let's turn backward. So he has given permission to the voicing of sexist and racist sentiments that would have been unfashionable or suppressed a few years ago. But let's not forget that we still have the majority, even if he has the White House.
Gloria Steinem, co-founder and editor of Ms. Magazine, is our guest. San Diego, California. You're our next caller. Go ahead, please.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to thank you, Ms. Steinem, for the profound influence you've had on my life. And I'd also like to comment on something that the last caller touched on, and that is I'm 27, and I feel very strongly involved in feminism and women's movement. However, I am in contact with a lot of women in the age of, 15 to 20, and I feel that they don't understand the importance or the depth of the movement at all. And in addition to that, they are under this huge media influence of like the anti-women videos on MTV, the movies that are aimed at the teenage male mentality, such as Porky's and that type of genre of film. How do you feel that we, who are older and who do understand the depth of the movement, how do you feel we can impress younger women with these feelings?
Well, I would say one general thing to remember, and that is that women's pattern of activism is, in general, I don't mean that this is true of all individuals, but culture-wide, it's the reverse of men's pattern of activism. Women get more activist as we grow older. Men get more conservative as they grow older. And there's a logical reason for this. I mean, as young women, first of all, we haven't experienced the problem yet. We haven't been in the labor force, we haven't been married, had kids, or aged, which are the big radicalizing experiences of a woman's life. And also, to the extent that women have power in a patriarchy, it's when we're young, as sex objects, child bearers, and workers, and so on. So the average 18-year-old woman, say, has more power when she's 18 than she will when she's 50. Whereas the average 18-year-old guy has less power than he will when he's 50. So it makes sense that the most activist group and aware groups of women have not been very young women, but have always been women in their 30s and 40s and so on. Secondly, if you talk to young women now, the reason they're not active is because they don't think there's a problem. But they have much bigger dreams than we had 10 or 20 years ago. I mean, they just assume that they're going to be able to do everything, right? Well, of course it's all solved. Of course there's not a problem. And that's a huge step forward, because the first thing that was taken away from us in my generation was our dreams. No, you can't do that. You can't be a doctor. You can't be an engineer. You can't be a TV reporter. Now the young women say, well, I can do it. You know, of course I can. So to some extent, you can't artificially manufacture experience. Those women are going to have to find out, you know, when they get into the labor force and get married and have kids, what it's all about. But at least we'll be there to support them, and the movement will be there, and they will know they're not crazy, you know, I mean, that the system is crazy. And I think it's very helpful for women like this 27-year-old to go into the high schools and the local campuses and to talk about their work experience, so that women have some role models and see somebody else working with these problems, so when they encounter them, they won't feel alone.
Front cover of Ms. Magazine this month shows a picture of a woman holding up the world that says, "Woman, a new superpower." And if you move to the inside of it, the way I understand it, a group of women met in New York City and tried to put together a woman's foreign policy. What became of that discussion? What did you decide?
It was a fascinating discussion, because I'll tell you what made me want to be part of it and suggest it as an article was the growing over the years frustration with the fact that women are not included as considerations in U.S. foreign policy by and large. For instance, we hear, or at least under the Carter administration, we heard something about human rights. It did not include women. We heard a lot, as we should, about the Jewish citizens within the Soviet Union who cannot leave. We heard absolutely nothing, and we still hear nothing, about the women in the Middle East, who none of whom can leave their countries without permission of their husbands or fathers, written permission, and so on. There are many such examples. So then there's specifics like Afghanistan. I remember reading about the great condemnations of the Soviet invasion, which of course was a terrible aggressive act in Afghanistan. But the interesting thing was that the tribesmen who were objecting to one of the Soviet-backed Afghanistani governments were objecting. Why? Because that government, which was a sort of socialist, Soviet-backed government, said that boys and girls could go to school, and that women should also go to political meetings, not just men. Well, the tribesmen said, "Are you kidding? I mean, this is enough. You're going to tell me what to do with my women?" That was they took up their rifles. And I said to myself, well, why am I supporting them? They're not supporting, my group there. So I started to think, what would happen if women had the consciousness of connection to other women that Jews have to other Jews to a large extent, that Black Americans have much more now about race in other countries and what's going on in Africa and so on. And it's a fascinating discussion because it really makes you question what the national interest of this country is when the national interest is interpreted as being the masculine interest, the white interest, a particular economic interest, and clearly becomes not representative of the whole nation.
Kansas City, Kansas. Good evening. You're on the air with Gloria Steinem. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. My first statement really is I agree with Gloria's feelings on the equality of men and women, as we all should be equal. I would like to ask her and her magazine, Ms., about their stance on abortion, because these are really people also.
Well, it's obviously a question that only the individual can solve, and that's the point of a pro-choice position. And if you are, or if the caller's a man, he won't have to face the problem, but certainly the point of a feminist pro-choice position is to protect women who don't want to have abortions from being pressured into having abortions, and also to help with family planning and any way of making this decision unnecessary. Nobody goes through a surgical procedure as a pleasure. Women aren't choosing this out of anything but desperation. So, but what the caller, I think, fails to take into account is that a woman's life is a human life, and that this fertilized egg, embryo, baby, fetus, whatever you want to call it, exists within another human being. So there are countervailing rights, and it is, as long as it is within the woman's body and the woman's entire life support systems are being used, heart, lungs, blood vessels, everything, then it is natural, in the best sense of that word, that the decision be hers.
Ventura, California. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I agree with Gloria on the abortion issue. In fact, since 1970, I've been listening to her and reading her writings. In 1971, in El Paso, Texas, one evening, Gloria, you were a speaker at our university there. And you made a statement about a women's group that had formed there. And you were telling the audience how there was a male that came in and had a sit-in the group that was going on, because it was only for women. And I was very enlightened, I guess, about 4 years ago, when you began to think in terms of men that really felt equally as strong about this point as far as equality among people as the people that were being discriminated against. And since that time, I've worked in offices with secretaries, as a secretary, and I'm still surprised. If I'm in a room and someone comes in that room, they won't go to the women. no comments by me or talk to me. And it's frustrating for me to see this happening and embarrassing. So I'm just glad to see you still at it.
Oh, well, I'm glad to see you at it, and I'll tell you, it means a lot that you say what you say, because it will be taken seriously because a man is saying it, and also, I mean, you know, there's a way in which, I mean, if you can say there's more virtue where there's more choice, then men who could have male privilege and choose not to have it, as this man has chosen not to have it, are more virtuous than those of us who have less choice. And it does give us our whole humanity to gain, and I think it is a great education for men to be in a female position and see what happens, just as it's a great education for a white person, say, to be in what is traditionally a black position and see what happens.
Guntersville, Alabama, you're on the air with Gloria Steinem. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I was a career woman for many years before I was married, and my father surprised me. I was having a few problems after I was married, and when I made a remark to him, he said, "Oh, you should be able to take care of that situation." He just told me he thought he had brought his family up, all of us, to be independent. And I think that's the most important thing to tell women, too. And, of course, if the mother and father don't train them, that's the reason, I think. But they should teach them. I grew up in a family that I had 3 sisters and 6 brothers, and I was right in the middle of all that family. And listen, I cannot tolerate anyone saying anything about Ted Kennedy. I think he's a wonderful man. And I tell you, I think the measure of a man is how they treat their mothers. And these Kennedys all appreciate Rose Kennedy. But I think that's the main thing that you should point out to women, that they should become independent. Their parents, they haven't learned this in the background.
Alabama, thanks for
that. No, I think that's true, because women are taught to have derived identity, not autonomous identity. You know, you're identified by the husband or father or boss, or to whom you are a vice or a co in the office, or what, you know, rather than an autonomous one, in order to, you know, perpetuate this kind of supportive position. And it's quite true. Autonomy, the experience of autonomy, is the single most important thing. For instance, one of the interesting programs I've seen are programs in which rich wives work with ghetto teenagers because they both have the same problem. They're both dependent. They both haven't been allowed to function in the world, to know that they can make a living, that they can build a bookcase, that they can complete a process, that they can, you know, whatever it is. And it's fascinating that phenomenon of dependency, of lack of autonomy, of feeling you have no affect on the world, survives economic class to a large extent when it's women.
Do you agree that true measure of a man is how he treats his mother?
Well, I don't think there's any true measure, but it's certainly a very good measure, and I'm glad that she came to the defense of Senator Kennedy.
One of the most recent subjects of debate in the op-ed pages has been the commercial that former Representative Geraldine Ferraro is going to make for Pepsi, making $500,000 for doing a commercial. Some people in these op-eds are suggesting that she's diluting the political power that she had. She's taking away from some of the shine she had as one of the first female vice presidential candidate. What do you think? Does it hurt Geraldine Ferraro and hurt what she's done for women because she's now going to do a Pepsi commercial for $500,000?
Well, I think part of it depends on what the commercial looks like, and I haven't seen it. Have you seen it?
No.
As I understand it, it's a news kind of setting. In other words, she's not standing there, you know, like an announcer, but she is herself being used as a symbol of progress and energy and, you know, whatever the kind of commercial is supposed to convey. So I think, you know, it depends what it says. In the ideal world, you know, obviously she shouldn't do it, but she may need the $500,000. I mean, that family has been through the most extraordinary kind of pressure and difficulty, and all of it attended by huge legal costs. So I feel less bad about her doing that than I do about many of the sources of political contributions that some of the traditional politicians take, and not to mention the fact that they were born rich in the first place, so they don't need it. I mean, I have much less respect for that.
What do you think what did she accomplish for women in her losing challenge to be the first female vice president?
Well, I think her presence broke the ice. I think we will never again, thanks to Jesse Jackson and to Geraldine Ferraro, accept white male only's only kind of sign on top political spots. That's very important. And also for anybody who actually saw her as a campaigner, she was enormously effective. She is one of the few politicians I've ever seen who is not on automatic pilot. She really listens, she responds, she can run a town meeting of 5,000 people and really make each one feel like they're participating and admit when she's wrong and learn and listen. I mean, she may be the best campaigner I've ever seen. She is extraordinary. Now, the problem is, of course, that most people never saw that. I traveled on the campaign plane in order to write an article for Ms. Magazine, and there was this whole world there with, screaming crowds and people who were totally converted by her and so on. And then you get off the plane, there was nobody even knew that there was a campaign going on. And there is a lesson there in general, because I don't think that a campaign allows enough time to get to know, for the nation to get to know someone. It probably means we have to pick from people who are already nationally known, or at least, think about that.
Great Falls, Montana, you're on with Gloria Steinem. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Carl. Well, Ms. Steinem, I regretfully have to tell you that you've lost some male and female tonight, because on cable, the season's greatest basketball game is going on another network.
Who's winning in that game, Georgetown or St. John's?
I don't know. I went off and I seen Miss Steinem there, and I left the game. I enjoy her. She's a beautiful woman. I admire you, respect you. I do have a couple of questions, though, I have to ask you. There's a dichotomy, as far as I'm concerned, Miss Steinem, between what we know as feminists and a male chauvinist. I love the women. I still think that in my family, somebody has to make the ultimate decision. And me as head of the household usually makes it after some discussion. But even if she opposes me or did oppose me, I still made the final decision. I have been called a male chauvinist on occasion, but I wanted to hear your definition of it. I want them to have equal pay for equal work. I think it's hurt some of my male colleagues, because they've abandoned and they said, hell, the women are the leaders, the women are the goers, they're calling the shots. And too many divorce rate is, I think, increasing because of it. That's some of what I believe is causing it. But if you'll just tell me what a male chauvinist really is, and a short on a feminist, because I know all feminists aren't as beautiful as you are.
Anna, thanks for the call, Gloria Steinem.
Well, a feminist is just somebody who believes that women are full human beings. Thus, men can and should be feminists, as women are feminists. A male chauvinist is somebody who believes that men are per se superior. So it would be saying one is a male chauvinist is as serious as saying one is a racist, or one is a fascist, or anti-Semite, because it is saying that you believe that one group of people are superior, immutably superior to another group. I don't think the caller believes that in public life, obviously, because he supports equal pay and because he left the basketball game. The jockocracy doesn't rule everything. I think that I know that you know, men have been encouraged to internalize the idea that in order to be real men, they have to make the decision. But I think that this kind of pressure is exactly why, or part of the reason why men have shorter life expectancies. It's the pressure of the masculine role. And if we look at life as cooperation, you know, rather than domination, and realize that no one person can or should always make the right decision, then it relieves a lot of the impossible pressures. And if you have two adults there, you double your chances for access to information and expertise and a better decision if you make it, you know, between the two adults instead of replicating only the virtues and problems of one person by taking only one decision maker.
Sioux City, Iowa, go ahead, please.
Yes, Max Spain from Sioux City, Iowa.
Good evening.
Gloria, I have a question in two parts. But first, a statement. I think you have made a significant step forward in the women's movement, and I applaud you for that. My questions are, what labor organizations do you think are truly fair and progressive in the women's issue? And what advice would you give those to increase their efforts or to continue their efforts?
Well, the history of the labor union movement has been one in which women were very, very active, but once the unions solidified, they often became sort of male workers' protective associations, and sometimes for particular ethnic groups as well. And that's a problem, and many people are trying to reform that, and there is a wide range. I mean, there are as many different kinds of unions as there are unions, really. I always regret when I hear people speaking of, you know, unions as if there was one monolithic lump, because clearly unions like 1199, which is the hospital workers union in New York, which is primarily composed of women and disproportionately women of color who work in hospitals, a very different union from the Teamsters, you know, who are white males by and large. And in between, you get the UAW, that is a very progressive union and takes good stands on women's issues. But I think that a primary reason that unions have been losing membership is because they have been discriminatory internally on grounds of race and sex. At the same time that's the group of workers that's the biggest remaining group to be organized. But it has changed enormously, it really has. And I think that one of the most hopeful signs to me is that women are organizing on their own, so they have their own power base in mostly female jobs, and then affiliating with union movement. For instance, the 9 to 5, the secretarial workers. Because they, you know, if you join one by one, your concerns may not be taken seriously. But if you form a power base and then affiliate, you know, you have a better chance yourself, and you serve as an example for the rest of the union movement.
Las Vegas, Nevada, go ahead, please.
Hello, this is great. If I could win a contest, it would be, I'd like the prize to be just visit with you for a whole evening about a lot of things. But I'd like to say one more time on abortion that I'm pro-choice. And the people that are pro-life, I think that they would seem a lot more positive and be doing a lot more good if they would offer help to people who are pregnant and thinking about abortion, so that the ones that really feel like they have to because of money problems or they're still going to school but would like to have the baby could get some financial aid or personal help. People can help in different ways, even if it's just taking care of the child while the girl finishes school or gets a job or whatever. Yeah. And I think they'd seem more human than to say have a baby and then give it away, which seems the most inhuman of all to me. Yeah. I just can't imagine, you know, giving away a baby after going full term with it.
Mm-hmm. Las Vegas.
And excuse me?
Go ahead, be quick, please.
Just that I just wanted that said one more time, that I'd like to see more positive action on their part, even though I am pro-choice.
Nevada, thanks for the call.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. Of course, there are some people who are anti-abortion who are making efforts in that direction, but by and large, in the main, the legislators who are anti-abortion are the same ones that are cutting funds for social programs that women and children need most.
Gloria Steinem, author of this book, Outrageous Acts and Everyday Rebellions. We now go to Norfolk, Virginia. Go ahead, please.
According to the American Cancer Society, lung cancer is going to overtake breast cancer as the number one cancer killer among women this year. Yet Ms. Magazine, according to a study I've read, has never carried an article on smoking and health. Don't you think, as a leading women's magazine, Ms. should be concerned with the health of women?
Yes, and we have carried articles on smoking and health, especially of pregnant women and so on. Maybe what you're referring to is that we do take ads for cigarettes. Is that what you mean?
It's off the air.
Oh, well, I mean, because our health coverage is, you know, one of the most important and unique things that we do. On the question of ads, we sort of debated this when we first started. It was just at the point when cigarettes were being asked to put the label, this may be dangerous to your health and so on the package and thus also on the ad. We came to the conclusion that the point of feminism was really to give people the information and the power to make their own decisions, but not to tell them what to do. And that, you know, the same was true of alcohol ads. I mean, you know, we're not going to tell people not to have a glass of wine or, you know, whatever. That it is women who are, it is the state of mind that brings the addiction more than the object, okay? So we decided that if the label was put on cigarettes, we would take the ads, and if the label wasn't, we wouldn't. And we've stuck with that policy. Now, you know, there are ways in which, I suppose, you know, I think when we started, we thought we didn't want to have any advertising at all. But since then, we've come to realize that the images of advertising are such an important influence on women that to be able to serve as a laboratory for change and for better ads altogether is perhaps one of the most important things that we do.
Does it bother you the way?
We don't take ads for cigarettes that portray women in crazy ways and attribute, you know, the entire success of the movement to cigarettes and so on. I mean, we've given up a lot of revenue by not taking those ads.
Gloria Steinem, the editor, co-founder of this magazine, Ms. Magazine. Is it a monthly magazine?
Yes.
And what's it cost to subscribe to it?
Well, there's a card right there. It depends on whether you're, I mean, it's $10.50. Because right now there's a half-price special offer, but each issue is $1.75.
Gloria Steinem, thank you very much for joining us. Our 60 Minutes is over, and we appreciate you taking this time out with us.
No, thank you.
But I know that everyone in this hall knows this larger biography. Importantly, this morning, she was honored by Washington University with an honorary doctorate of humane letters. Please welcome Dr. Gloria Steinem.
And to think that I was nervous before that introduction. This is such an important occasion in your lives and in my life and in the lives of all the people here who have supported you you know, I've been worrying about this and I've written much too much, so I have a watch here. If it gets to be 20 minutes, you know, you'll just have to get a hook and take me off. But I do want to say to all of you, dear, glorious, brave, fan-fucking-tastic graduates, you can't hear? How's it? Wait a minute. Maybe this is too low? You think? How's that? Better? Okay. Women have to seize control of technology. You graduates, especially of the this great school of social work, the George Warren and Betty Brown School. Your friends, partners, spouses, children, everybody who helped pay the bills, lovers of graduates, you know who you are. Those of you who already have jobs, those who haven't a clue what comes next. The 15% of you who come from countries from Albania to Vietnam, and also the pioneering Encore career graduates who are here. Dear graduates who are in big-time debt, like most of this country, Actually, this country ranks below all of Europe for affordable higher education and also below Australia and Canada. I'm just telling you that so you know you have a right to be mad. Dear graduates who aren't in debt, are there any graduates who aren't in debt? In other words, dear everyone who is part of this momentous day on which we celebrate the end of one sort of semi-known stage of life and the beginning of an even more mysterious one. To all of you, I want to say thank you for inviting me to be with you. I am, and I always have been, hooked on graduations. I am terminally sentimental about graduations. They are more permanent than weddings, and almost as much a step into the unknown as funerals. Though instead of fearing the loss of yourself, we hope to become ourselves. Even I, graduation junkie that I am, have to say that this one, yours, means more to me than any other, including my own. After all, it took me many years after college to find out what I wanted to do. It took living in India for a couple of years and discovering that this country was the exception, not the rule in the world. It took coming home to the civil rights movement and the anti-Vietnam movement, and then finding out that even in those movements we loved with all our hearts, women weren't equal. So there needed to be a diverse and autonomous women's movement. You, however, already know that you want the precarious, exciting, frustrating, you'll never get rich, but you'll love your work kind of life that comes with striving for empathy, equality, health of every kind, and simple justice. In my case, I learned hardly anything in the classroom that prepared me for my work. Indeed, since we were studying such justifiers of inequality as Aristotle and Freud, I had to spend 20 years unlearning my college education. So you see, you are already far, far ahead. And I know that not only from your courses, but from your student groups, from immigration rights and African issues to voices from Indian country, from LGBT and vets to violence against women, even evidence-based basketball. I was very impressed with that. Therefore, it's with humility that I offer lessons from the field, and I've tried to offer some very different ones in the hope that you might find one useful thing, at least. First, one, it's crucial that many of you have studied and are devoted to lessening domestic violence. The term itself is progress. When I was in college, it was just called life. There was no term. Now I've come to believe that perhaps we should call it original violence, because it is the normalizer and predictor of violence in the street, in public life, in prisons, and in this nation's, or any nation's, willingness to use military and violent means in foreign policy. Violence in the home is the prediction and the normalizer of violence everywhere else. Yet these things rarely get talked about, much less linked, even in academia, because subjects of study are implicitly gendered. Families and child rearing are culturally feminine, in quotes. Political forms, public governance, and military policy are culturally masculine. And so never the twain shall meet, and we don't learn that one is causing and normalizing the other. But there are some smart people, like Olof Palme, who was the former chief of state in Sweden, who pointed out that gender roles in the home make some degree of domination seem normal and even inevitable. One group eats and the other cooks. One group gets more freedom and education money than the other. One's work and wishes are more important. Indeed, one group is made to feel by much of society, through no fault of their own, that they have a right and a need to control in order to be, quote, masculine, unquote. That means that though many men heroically resist this idea of hierarchy, this beginning of hierarchy, some men get addicted to it. As Palme said, the gender roles are the cause of most violence on earth that is not in direct self-defense, and therefore it is the responsibility of every government on earth to humanize those roles. I always quote him because he is the only chief of state I know who has ever said that. Since I realized this, I found myself reading about the early years of particularly vicious leaders, from Stalin's purges to Saddam Hussein's enjoyment of close-up killing, from Ceausescu of Romania, who imposed exactly his family's conditions of violence and forced childbirth, what he had experienced himself, and an impoverished one room with 9 siblings and a sadistic alcoholic father. And he imposed it on the whole of Romania. From that to Alice Miller's classic study of Adolf Hitler, his daily whiplashing by his stepfather as a child, and also the beating of his beloved mother, as Miller describes in For Your Own Good. This is not an excuse, absolutely not, but it is a reason. This is not to say that most survivors of child abuse don't end this terrible cycle and do their best to end it for others, and that many don't use this experience to help others. After all, using what happens to us to help other people is the final stage of healing. But it is true that sometimes the abuse is so terrible and so all-encompassing that the victim comes to believe that there are only 2 choices in life, to be the victim or the victimizer. And when that is combined with such other things as the cult of masculinity, this creates a determined and pitiless torture. And it all starts in the home, where your work is, and where you can stop the seeds of violence for decades to come. 2, women are certainly not smarter or more moral than men. I can testify to that. Indeed, the differences between 2 men and between 2 women are probably greater than the differences between males and females as groups. But women are way, way less likely to have our masculinity to prove. And until men don't have their masculinity to prove either, that makes women more likely to be good at labor negotiating, conflict resolution, and peacemaking. We should use ourselves in this way, and I hope that men will use women in this way too. I first glimpsed this because of the Irish peace women. Remember Betty Williams and Mairead Corrigan, you've read about perhaps, who won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1976? They crossed the lines of class, religion, and centuries of bitter conflict to unite women and to say no more. When they came to this country, I listened to them explain that violence in the family in both sides had normalized violence on both sides. That is where the cult of masculinity begins, and the cult of femininity is supposed to bow to it, support it, even nurture it. And that had trained their sons for dominance and violence in the street. Some started a peace movement. And, as we see now, a centuries-old conflict that seemed impossible to resolve has been resolved. Ireland prospers. The same thing happened more recently and even more dramatically in Liberia. After 15 years of a rogue president and warlords who ruled with guns, bombs, and terror, Muslim and Christian women defied every custom to organize together. They sat in the roads, they defied the army, they got President Taylor shipped off to the International Criminal Court, and then they surrounded the building where the warlords were meeting in order to make preconditions for an election. And when 2 or 3 days passed and nothing happened, they wouldn't let them out. They said, until you reach a set of conditions for the election, we won't let you out. And it actually worked. There was an election which Ellen Johnson Sirleaf won, and as you know, she was just elected president for a second term. Together and creatively, women and men can use gender in these ways. And even as women become, we can do this even as women are becoming, I hope, more fully human by learning the supposedly masculine qualities of public life. And men are becoming more fully human by raising children and learning in private life the wrongly named feminine qualities of empathy, flexibility, awareness of context. Think about this even in your own most ordinary meetings. Studies show that a group of men together tend to reward the most aggressive solution to a problem, and a group of women, even if it's wrong, and women together tend to reward the most conciliatory solution, even if it's wrong. So together, we're more likely to come up with what's right, providing, of course, that the men listen as much as they talk, and the women talk as much as they listen. Since this is about power, the talking and the listening thing also applies for races, ethnicities, sexualities, any situation in which there is a power difference. And yes, even with ages. Personally, I'm here to testify that I have learned at least as much from people who would be my children, grandchildren, or even great-grandchildren than they ever learned from me. Not only do they have better technology skills, but higher expectations and way better shit detectors. Since we're trying to do away, this is number 3, since we're trying to do away with racism, the cult of gender and other birth-based hierarchies, not to mention the idea that God looks suspiciously like the ruling class, or that humans are separate from and the conquerors of nature, just a few little things like that we have to do away with, right? I find it encouraging to learn from the past and present of original cultures. And I say original cultures because I think indigenous cultures is a term that's sometimes misused. Original cultures in which the paradigm was and is the circle, not the triangle, not the hierarchy. I listened to my Cherokee friend who spoke Cherokee until he was 12, and he still gets mixed up about pronouns because they are not gendered in Cherokee. There is no word for nature because people are not separate from nature in Cherokee and many, many, many other of the original languages of the world. And that makes me understand how completely bananas it is that we have become so divided and patriarchal that we, in the Romance languages, give gender to tables and chairs. No wonder they call it the Romance languages. When I go out, when I've been in Botswana or other parts of Southern Africa, when I go out with the Kwe and San women of the Kalahari, who are, after all, the ancestors of all of us, they show me the herbs they use for contraceptives and abortifacients, and I understand that reproductive freedom, the woman's right to decide when and whether to bear children, is natural and possible. the way we lived for 95% of human history was that this was in women's control as a matter of health and well-being, and also making sure that there were always more adults than children, so the children could be loved and brought up and could learn the way we learn best, which is from observation. Then they showed me their games, the men and women of the San, and the goal was cooperation, not competition. What a concept. There was a kind of relay line, and you were supposed to twirl around, sing a song, and throw a ball so someone could catch it, not so they couldn't. Completely different, and suddenly I had a glimpse of how things could be, which of course is the first step toward change. And when I learned that the nations of the Iroquois Confederacy, or the Haudenosaunee, inspired not only the structure of the U.S. Constitution, which I think law schools now have begun to admit, but also the suffrage movement and the Underground Railway and the idea of democracy itself. Hello, it was not Greece. Greece had slavery and no women. No, it was the original cultures of the North American continent who inserted this idea into European culture. I understand again why I once made a button that said, "The truth will set you free, but first it will piss you off." Because we don't learn this, or at least I did not, did you? I mean, how come we don't learn about people when people started? Why is it that we need to start with patriarchy, racism, nationalism, lines in the sand, and so on, when 95% of human history was diverse, but certainly was different because the paradigm was the circle, not the triangle or the hierarchy. I thought, in the service of being practical, I should give you at least one example, since you want evidence-based, right? Okay. So among the oldest original cultures in Ghana, and also the Dalits in India, who were the first arrivals in India, when someone acts in a clearly damaging way to the community, they do indeed isolate him or her. I mean, we are communal creatures, so isolation is probably a pretty universal punishment. But when that person is brought back into society, there is a ritual amount of time in which everyone who knows that person tells that person every good thing she or he has ever done, in order to knit them back into the community, to reinforce the positive behavior, and to make them feel welcome and valuable again. Wouldn't that make a difference for us? Can you imagine? I mean, since we have, as we well know, a bigger percentage of our population in prisons than any other nation on earth, with such racist, clear determination of who those people are and who they are not, and that we then take away their right to vote and often their ability to find a job. There is so much to be learned from original cultures as they were and as they are still. And yet, and sometimes I think we have a cellular memory of it, when we feel at home in places we've never been. But this really still is not a regular part of our study. Finally, I've learned over and over again, sometimes with pain, often with joy, that change doesn't grow from the top like a tree. It grows from the bottom. There is no one-size-fits-all solution that should or can be imposed by experts at the top. Someone who has experienced something is often more expert in it than the experts. The first role of the social worker, the organizer, the public health worker is to listen. Yet a U.S. foundation that didn't try to listen increased trafficking 300% in India, sex trafficking, by paying traffickers and brothel owners huge salaries to distribute condoms to trafficked and prostituted women, rather than to educate the men, even though there has been no proof that women have the power to make men use the condoms, and in fact, men pay more for sex without condoms. And this was a solution imposed by a U.S. consulting company and enacted by a U.S. foundation. So I would say that as the great Wilma Mankiller, the late chief of the Cherokee Nation, I hope you understand, when Wilma was asked nicely where her name came from, she would explain that it was a title, an honorific that meant defender of the village. When she was asked not so nicely, she would say, I earned it. But as she always said, context is everything. Context is everything. Not a bad reminder to live by. And I would say another reminder is this: God may be in the details, that's good, but the goddess is in the connection. And unless we understand that racism necessitates sexism, that you cannot maintain racial difference without controlling reproduction, thus women of the superior group are put on a restrictive pedestal and sexually deprived, restricted, and women of the so-called, falsely called inferior group are sexually exploited for the production of cheap labor. So all women have the deepest motive to always oppose racism. These two things go together. And sometimes on campuses, people will say to me, so how come the same groups are against both lesbians and contraception? Seems odd, right? But it's not. Because they are very clear that the only proper use of human sexuality is procreation inside patriarchal marriage. There must be children, there must be properly owned by a male. And the fact that it is a mark of our humanity, our cerebral cortex, our ability to reason and remember that sexuality has always been, for human beings, also a way we bond, we communicate, we express love and caring, is denied by all of these groups. So I think that because our adversaries, or a man, but usually it's a woman too, is when she is about to escape or has just escaped. She's out of control, and control is the point of this particular cult, right, that has grown up in order to control reproduction. That is the time in which she is most likely to be murdered or severely hurt, because she's about to be free. Well, I think that's kind of true of the country. You know, yes, groups are very, very afraid of the fact that in about 20 minutes they're no longer going to be a majority European, American, or white country. So they're very worried about contraception, abortion, and all the access that means that so-called white women have fewer children in a generalized way. They're very worried about immigration, as we know. You know, I mean, I think that's why. That's why, because of the way the country is changing. We have turned against our, or at least we've turned critical, I would say, our financial institutions in a more depth than in any time since the Depression. We have Occupy movements pointing out economic inequity. We have rebellious women and other great groups of rebelling of all kinds trying to say, hello, we are all individual human beings and we are all part of the human community. So at the same time, two things are happening at the same time. Never one thing, right? Two things. One is that this is a time of great danger and we have to look after each other and we have to be aware. But it's also true that perhaps we're going to be free. And just as we would not ever tell a woman or a man to go back into a violent, dangerous household, we will not go back. And I think your class and your professions, your beloved, precious, important professions, are exactly what we need right now to be free. Thank you. Because it was India that, when I was a student here, long before practically all of you were born, made me understand that there could be such a thing as being an organizer. You know, that there, because of being able to walk through the villages with the power of an Lofi, and because of the tradition of organizing that was here, I deeply absorbed that. And the other thing that India did inadvertently was keep me from marrying the wrong man, which was why I came in the first place. I was engaged in trying not to get married. I must say he was a very nice man, and he remained my friend for life. But he was, but you haven't heard any of this? Well, how can I symbolize what the problem was? And see, I was about to become a vegetarian, and he loved to hunt. So I deeply appreciate the role that India has played in my life, and my oldest friends are here. And I think maybe, is David E. Jane here yet? She really literally is my oldest friend. We met then. And Lakshmi Jane, who her husband, who perhaps many of you know, I mean, this is the first time that I've come back to India without Lakshmi. And so I pay tribute to him. Now, I think that it's possible that when I first came to India, in both of our countries, it was unusual for young women and men to actually be friends, whether or not there was any sexual or romantic feeling between them. And now it is possible. It is possible. I mean, in those classrooms where I was, when I was living in Miranda House, there was profound, distracting tension between young women and young men who often had not been in the same room with members of the opposite sex who were not from their families. And many of the professors said to me that this was just not possible. It was not natural. And it would not lend itself to education. When I was a student here, there were still instances of sati that were viewed as chosen or even romantic. The protests against enforced sati were very brave, and of course had already taken place under the British. But some instances were still seen as inevitable, part of the culture, even human nature, because women's identities were so implanted in the men they were married to, and because there was no other way they could make a living. When I was here, both of our countries viewed some wife beating as inevitable, even deserved, since wives were supposed to obey their husbands, and men might be justified in physically disciplining their wives. In the United States, too, we had no term for domestic violence yet, which was a term brought up by the women's movement. It was just called life. And the question asked in cases of domestic violence was often, what did she do to deserve it? Or at a minimum, why did she choose him? You know, there must be something wrong with her. When I was here in both our countries, instances of rape and sexual assault were often tied to what a woman was wearing, or whether or not she had been a virgin, or many other questions that 100% focused on the woman who had been raped, and absolutely not on the rapist. Now that we've studied rapists and not the victim, we've discovered in the United States that the average rapist has raped 14 times. If we otherwise say how many women are raped, it sounds as if 1 in 8 or 1 in however many men is raped. It's just not true. It's a libel on men. And that act of sexual aggression is not a normal part of all men. It's not inevitable. It's an addiction of some men to a version of masculinity that depends on conquering women, even if those women are very young or very old. Rape is not an inevitable part of human nature. It's a compulsion to prove a false superiority to females and may cause the rape even of infants, as it just did in a lethal case here. In fact, it's the reason that most sexual assaults of little boys are not committed by homosexual men, but by heterosexual men. As long as the compulsion to be so-called masculine is sold by the culture, and it is sold, including to persuade men to act against their own self-interest by being wounded and killed in wars that have nothing to do with their own self-defense, then the dependency and helplessness of children will be sexualized and will be a turn-on, a sexual turn-on for some men. I say all this because we are now facing a global epidemic of sex trafficking. That is the deception and enslavement of mostly women and girls, but sometimes young boys too, for sexual purposes. It is even bigger than the global trafficking in enslaved labor, which is also very big. It stretches from agricultural fields and domestic work to what's the name of the town? Gurgaon, right? Where there's also together, sex and labor trafficking now mean that a larger percentage of this Earth's population are being bought and sold as objects and slaves than was true during the 1800s at the peak of the slave trade. folks here that the profits from sex trafficking now rival the profits from the global trade in drugs and weapons, and that they are often sold by the same networks. In my own city of New York, you can buy a gun, a woman, or a fix, a drug fix, from the same underground. Women's movements around the world have been fighting the sex trafficking industry for as long as I can remember. Laws and some enforcement of laws against trafficking in children have been the most successful, though even that success has been pathetic. Since the average age of entry into prostitution, trafficked or otherwise, is between 12 and 13 in the United States, and I believe between 9 and 12 in this country, how successful can those laws be? And even if they were, how can one look at an 18-year-old who has been in prostitution since she was 12 and say, because you were 18, I could have offered you an alternative yesterday, I cannot help you today. And in fact, this is what's happening globally, that women and girls are being pulled into the sex trade younger and younger and younger. So we understand that those laws cannot be working. The increasingly young age is partly because of the perception that very young they're less likely to have AIDS, or most surrealistic of all, that sex with a virgin will cure AIDS. Also, sun preference in, say, China or Haryana has resulted in a skewed sex ratio of the population that has created a whole spate of deception and force to bring young girls and women from farther away, say in the case of China from North Korea, but in the case of India, sometimes internally. But the force of global women's movements has also been weakened by a big cultural division that is out there in the world and that has been used to put us and even our views of each other into two false categories, and those categories are not of our own making. First, there was and is the big, deep, patriarchal religious category. It regards all sexual expression that cannot end in conception and isn't within marriage as wrong and sinful. That especially applies to females, since the very definition of patriarchy is controlling females as the most basic means of production, the means of reproduction. Second, there is the equally patriarchal but secular idea that freedom and democracy and even human rights are defined as the greatest sexual availability of females to males, and under male terms. This view doesn't have the cultural force of religion behind it, but it does have the enormous force of the huge profits of the sex industry. And it does have its own meaning. Pornography, which comes from the word porne, which means female slaves, and is very different from erotica, which means eros, which means love, and is some idea of cooperation and mutual pleasure and choice. As a result, women's movements that have fought for the female right to sexual autonomy, to orgasm, to pleasure, and to self-determination have been treated as sinful by the religions of the world. And many women have suffered terrible punishments, from shaming to honor killing. At the same time, women's movements that have fought prostitution and sex trafficking and tried to make clear that pornography is different from erotica, it's as different as rape is from sex, they have been condemned as if they were against sex itself. There is a libel that says against pornography to me is that some feminists have come to mistrust each other, those inside patriarchal religions, and all religions are patriarchal, including Judaism, though the oldest parts of many religions still have a pre-patriarchal spirituality, from the Sufis to the Kabbalah. But those patriarchal religions include women of faith who have come to feel excluded or even opposed by secular feminists. Meanwhile, some secular feminists have come to feel that unless they support commercialized sex, even legalized prostitution, and sex trafficking has, quote, facilitated migration, they are opposing a human right as defined by the patriarchal left, and they are taking survival sex or even forms of freedom away from prostitution. But like most polarization of the complex reality that religion is false, actually the very idea that there are only two sides to the question itself comes from the false vision of human nature, in which human can still we're all human, we're all like a third view, which is considered as emergent. I say this because perhaps we as not to find ourselves locked into false division over theoretical positions around reality. Second, there is a growing emphasis on presenting women with alternative ways of surviving, of supporting their children, or finding a community of understanding rather than blame. This is not as simple as it sounds. A prostituted woman is often rejected by the biased world around her when she leaves. She has her own Stockholm syndrome to overcome, yet she doesn't even have the dignity of being allowed to say she has or understood as having a Stockholm syndrome. She has such low self-evaluation that attempting anything else seems impossible. And that's especially true if, like so many, she has been sexually abused as a child and has come to believe she has no other value. And also if she belongs to a group that has been historically prostituted. But it is a tribute, an enormous, moving tribute to the human spirit, both among activists who are brave and prostituted women and children who are brave, that in my country, groups like GEMS, and in yours, groups like Agnia, are seeing women go from objects of self-hatred and despair to self-willed, dignified human beings. It is possible, it is happening now. Third, there is at least the beginning of a recognition that some groups of children and women are more at risk of being prostituted than others. For instance, sexually abused children, runaways, job seekers in another country, groups that are discriminated against for racial and ethnic reasons, low caste groups, the poor. And there are efforts now, some efforts, to warn those groups, to inform them of what the dangers are so they can make informed choices. Fourth, focusing on the market without which none of this would exist, the men who pay to get sex under profoundly unequal conditions. They are by no means the majority. It would be a libel on men to say they are the majority. Most studies have shown that about a third of men only patronize prostitutes, or perhaps less. And thus prostitution and sex trafficking, we know now from focusing finally on the market and not only on the survivors, whether to arrest them or to support them, but focusing on the market. We know that prostitution and sex trafficking are neither not natural or inevitable. They are functions of inequality and unequal power. Prostitution is not the world's oldest profession. There have been many cultures without prostitution. It is one of the oldest oppressions, but not the oldest profession. I can't emphasize enough how important it is that we have finally begun to understand that this is not inevitable. Think of the difference between now and the time when wife beating and rape were thought to be inevitable, or even monarchy, which was thought to be inevitable, or even smoking, which was thought to be inevitable. There are now many more efforts to penalize those who buy another human being and to give them the facts on the harm that this does to others and also to them and their human relationships and their view of others. Fifth, the centerpiece of the prostitution industry itself, the goal of the prostitution industry, which is legalization, has an intellectual appeal, but it has failed to deliver on its promises of no underage prostitutes, less violence, less disease, and so on. For instance, in my country, the 10 counties in Nevada where prostitution is legal have turned out to be the prime places where sex trafficked and underage girls are taken to be broken in because they are unsupervised. When I was there, food was being thrown over a high fence by a neighbor to feed the women in the compound who were in a county where prostitution was legal. In Nevada and in Germany, there had to be a massive, massive efforts of the women's movement to beat back government efforts to say, well, if it's legal, it's just hospitality work. And then women had to show that they had applied for such jobs, were willing to take such jobs before they got unemployment and other benefits. That was going forward until women's movement speeded back. In 2003, the mayor of Amsterdam, which is perhaps the most famous country in prostitution, said, quote, "It appears impossible to create a safe and controlled zone for women that is not open to abuse by organized crime." It also hasn't been possible to independently document any diminished instances of AIDS or child prostitution, despite payment to brothel keepers to distribute condoms and to ban children. When I've been in Sonagachi, for instance, I've looked inside doorways and been able to easily see children as young as 7 or 10 who theoretically are being kept out. But then, I probably see them because unlike Bill Gates, I didn't announce that I was coming. Nor do studies show that indoor prostitution, which is another argument for legalization of its indoors, is safe. There's no studies that show that indoor prostitution is no less traumatizing than outdoor prostitution, and that buzzer systems in the rooms of legal prostitution brothels cannot keep out, are not fast enough to keep out men who sadistically beat women. And the overall rate of trauma and life expectancy for all prostituted women is comparable and sometimes more than men in combat. Indeed, it turns out that body invasion is uniquely traumatizing. It is even more traumatizing than being at work. Our skin is our defense, our body is our domain, our sense of self. And to have our bodies invaded, and certainly in the case of many prostituted women, dozens of times a day even, is more traumatizing than external abuse. Sixth, while it may or may not be legal for an individual adult woman or man to sell her or his sexual services, providing they pay income tax, it should not be legal to sell the bodies of other people. Thus, pimps, brothel keepers, and certainly traffickers should be pursued with full force of the law. In Sweden, Norway, and other Scandinavian countries, it is not illegal to sell sex, but it is illegal to buy sex. This is not irrational. It is simply a recognition of unequal power, and where there is more power, there is more responsibility. It's crucial that only this recognition of reality, as far as we know, has resulted in a lessening of prostitution and sex trafficking. The Scandinavian countries are the only countries in which that is true. So, you and I together in this room have reached a crucial place in history. We know, finally, that prostitution is not inevitable, that it is a function of unequal power and the cults of gender that perpetuate it. Yet in my country, there are girls and women, especially women of color and Native American women, who are, at this moment in time, tattooed on their necks with a pimp's distinguishing mark so that they will be understood to be the property of those pimps, and other pimps will be warned away. Sometimes the tattoo is actually a price code, as well as a mark of ownership by a pimp. So clearly, we have a very long way to go, and we must always listen, and never think there is only one or ever any predetermined situation. We have to listen to people who are undergoing this. For instance, I went to Ghana and Zambia for conferences on sex trafficking within Africa, and from women from there also go to Europe. And afterwards, I was visiting friends who live on the Zambezi River. I ended up sitting on a tarpaulin in the middle of a hot, dusty field, talking to a circle of 20 or so village women. They were shy, our languages were very diverse and different, and I thought, okay, I have great faith in women sitting in circles and talking to each other, but this time it's not going to work. Then one woman began to say the unsayable, that her husband was being murdered and she didn't know what to do. That broke the ice, it broke the silence, and others began to tell the truth about their lives too. Gradually, I learned that what sent some of these women to Lusaka in Zambia to be sex trafficked was the hope, the need for money to buy food and to pay their children's school fees. Crops had been cut by 2/3 because the World Bank had dammed the Zambezi in order to produce electricity. Promised the people who lived along the Zambezi and depended on irrigation systems, but never delivered those systems. The women were carrying water in buckets to grow maize, only to find that once the maize was grown, the elephants ate the maize. What was needed, they said, was an electrified fence to keep the elements out and to grow enough grain to be self-sufficient. So I went home and raised a few $1,000s for a fence, not a lot, a small amount of money. When I went back the next year, the women had pulled up the weeds from many acres of land by hand, very difficult, carried endless buckets of water, and as a result raised a bumper crop of maize, enough for food security for a year and school fees for their children. We sang songs to the maize, we danced to the maize. But if you had asked me in advance what was a cure for sex trafficking, I never would have said an electrified fence. It's part of the reason
I know you're excited to meet Gloria Steinem, so here we go. Gloria Steinem is a writer, lecturer, editor, and feminist activist. After graduating Phi Beta Kappa from Smith College, she became the face of the women's rights movement in the 1960s and founded Ms. Magazine in 1972, which covers and continues to cover online topics like women's rights, domestic violence, reproductive rights, and freedom and equality for all. In addition to her many national awards in journalism, she received the first Doctorate of Human Justice awarded by Simmons College, the Bill of Rights Award from the American Civil Liberties Union of Southern California, the National Gay Rights Advocates Award, the Liberty Award of the Lambda Legal Defense and Education Fund, the Ceres Medal from the United Nations, and a number of honorary degrees. Parenting Magazine selected her for its Lifetime Achievement Award in 1995 for her work in promoting girls' self-esteem. And Biography Magazine listed her as one of the 25 most influential women in America. In 1993, she was inducted into the National Women's Hall of Fame in Seneca Falls, New York. She travels in this and other countries as an organizer and lecturer, and is a frequent media spokeswoman on issues of equality. We are absolutely honored to have her here with us this evening. I've been fortunate to spend the afternoon with her, and I've been inspired, and I hope you will be too. Please welcome Gloria Steinem.
Well, are we going to have a good time tonight, or what? Thanks to all the planning and work that has gone into this evening, and thanks to Women's History Month, which soon, one day, like women's studies, like Black studies, gay and lesbian studies, Native American studies, one day we'll be studying human history, we hope, so we won't need a month, right? And thanks most of all to each one of you who have been generous enough to take time out of your busy lives and come here tonight and take a chance on a stranger, you know? It walks, it talks, it's a feminist, right? Because of all these things, we have something very precious here tonight, which is about an hour and 15 minutes or an hour and a half in this room together. And a combination of people that has never happened before in exactly the same way, will never happen again in exactly the same way. And each of us is we ourselves are combinations of millennia upon millennia of environment and heredity combined in a way that could never have happened before and could never happen again. I never understood the nature versus nurture argument, did you? Because obviously it's both. But because we are here in this unique situation, here's my plan. If all goes well, each of us, me included, will leave here with some new fact, some new outrageous organizing tactic, some feeling of support, some aha, some new action. And that means that because we have met here together, the next day and the next, I hope, will be better than they otherwise would have been. So in order to make that happen, I need your help, especially during what's usually called the question and answer period, because I want to learn from you. Unless things are equal, they don't work, right? And also, we need to overcome this old-fashioned structure we have here of necessity because of our numbers. You're looking at each other's backs, I'm looking at you. This is a hierarchy. Hierarchy is based on patriarchy. Patriarchy doesn't work anywhere anymore, including in this one. So I'm hoping that during the question and answer period, we can become a circle and really look at each other's faces and learn from each other. And that means you get to talk about anything. Okay, this is permission. You get to talk about anything. And I want to tell you that audiences do talk about anything. Maybe I should tell you a few things that audiences say, just so you'll feel okay about talking about. I've always wanted to do a whole book of what people, it makes a force field here. People will get up and say things that they wouldn't say to their best friend. But because there's this kind of energy in this room, people will say extraordinary things. I remember talking about dividing, we were in the midst of a discussion of dividing housework, and women were talking about how they kind of felt guilty about dividing house, even though they knew, that it should be equal. And there was a woman, an older woman sitting in front. I was afraid if we were offending her. And she got up and she turned to the audience and because we'd been talking about, my husband doesn't even pick up his underwear. And she said, when my husband leaves his underwear on the floor, I find it quite helpful to nail it to the floor. Is that not great? And there was some other discussion, I remember, which we got quite bawdy, actually, about younger men. Did it make sense to have affairs with younger men since they were more likely to support women's equality? And some woman was getting up and saying, well, of course, they're, more enlightened. We raised them. And again, there was some woman who was was not saying a word. I thought, oh God, we're really offending her. And she was older, that means as old as me. And she got up and turned to the audience and she said, well, my dears, when you are having an affair with a younger man, not if, when, right? Try never to get on top, you look like a bulldog. Okay, I just want to loosen up the group. You can say whatever. We can talk about our favorite examples of women's history that are relatively unknown. I mean, some of them maybe you know by now, like, did you know that Mozart had a sister, an older sister, who he said was the talented one? But she was sent home to get married, and we only know about her because of the correspondence between the two of them. My favorite one, actually, because I lived in India for a couple of years, has to do with Gandhi, an Indian friend of mine, and we were both feeling that Gandhian methods of nonviolence were well suited to women's movements around the world, so we were trying to gather his letters into a book to distribute to women's movements. And we finally came to a wonderful woman, Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay, who had worked with Gandhi, an extraordinary woman. And she listened to us very patiently. And when we were finished, she said, well, of course, my dears, we taught him everything he knew. It turned out that the nonviolent methods had come from the women's movement. That was, of course, huge in the 1800s and 1900s as well, and was working against child marriage and, many ills for women. It is true that we are made to feel grateful for things that we ourselves invented, if you know what I mean. So I hope that during this time, just tell us the part of women's history that means some aha, that means the most to you, that will help us as well. I have a button at home that says, the truth will set you free, but first it will piss you off. And that is true of the history of women of all races. It's true of African American history. It's certainly true of Native American history. On this ground where we now are, one of the Iroquois Confederacy nations was, right? And equality then existed between women and men. Women controlled their own fertility. Did we learn this? No, did we learn that the suffrage movement was inspired by the nations of the Iroquois Confederacy and the equality that they presented to women who had come here from Europe at a very unequal time? No, At least I did not learn this. So please share, whatever, celebrate women's history by giving us a piece of it. And I hope that we also look at the larger ways we are now realizing that we have all, women and men, been punished by gender. I mean, gender doesn't exist. Race doesn't exist. We all came from southern or eastern Africa. The minor adjustments that happened because of climate. Gender is made up. And we are all punished by this kind of division of human qualities into masculine and feminine, instead of understanding that they are all human and that we all possess all of them. We are punished in some very big ways, actually, because it has taken us all this time to figure out that the model of violence, the normalization of violence in the rest of society happens in the home. You can exactly predict the degree of violence in the street or in foreign policy by the degree to which violence is normalized in child-rearing and in the home. But because the family and child-rearing are feminine, and public life, foreign policy are masculine, we don't learn that this causes that. No, it's so exact that, interestingly, the states in which punishing the corporal punishment of children is still legal are all red states. And the states in which it is illegal are all blue states. Isn't that interesting? Now, the cause and effect can go either way, but I'm just saying that we will never uproot the cause of violence, the normalization of violence, until we take seriously family forms and child-rearing forms, and until we look at democracy as rooted in a democratic family. So, I say this really just to open up whatever you would like to share with us so that we can turn this room into a circle. However, it is true that all of us, however different we may be, wherever we came from this evening, we are all meeting at a particular time in history right now. We are about halfway through what is, from a historical point of view, the second wave of feminism in this country. The first wave, the suffragist and abolitionist wave, lasted about 100 years, and it gained for women of all races and men of color a legal identity as human beings. Everyone, in varying degrees of cruelty, had been chatteled before. Everyone, women of all races and men of color, had been owned. And indeed, the legal status of wives was the basis for the legal status of slaves. So, these two things had always gone together. So the suffragist and the abolitionist era was a huge victory to gain definitions of all of more than half of this country as human beings and citizens. I mean, this is huge. Having got a legal identity, we're now in a century of striving for legal equality, legal and social equality. That probably will take 100 years too. We're only halfway through it. Don't know how to break this to you, but we have at least 50 years to go in this. And probably there will be other waves in the future until finally no one's humanity or destiny is influenced by the single element of race or class or sex or sexuality, or because there are a billion things that go into making up the uniqueness. that is each of us. And here we are meeting at this time in history. Now, it's especially important to realize that because the current way of dealing with, of opposing, or one of the current ways of opposing the women's movement is to say it's over. It used to be, you know, when I started, people would say it's crazy, my wife is not interested, it's against nature, it's against Freud, it's against God. We would say yes, it's against all those things. But that was the first wave of resistance. It's impossible. It's unnatural. No, forget it. It's not necessary at all, right? Now the current wave of resistance is, well, it used to be necessary, but it's not anymore. It's over. Young women are not interested in feminism. Actually, young women are very interested in feminism, whether they call it womanism or mujerista or women's liberation or girls with lots of R's. You know, in fact, young women and women in general are more likely to self-identify as feminists than as Republicans. They don't tell you that part, right? Or as Democrats, because most people are now, you know, independents in any case. I mean, the word feminist has been demonized, and we are told that it is unpopular, but actually it's one of the most popular words in the country, and all the other words that mean that. So, you know, we really we have a need to look at where we are in history and look at each other instead of the images that are brought to us through the media, and instead of the generalities that come to us in large part by an effort to stop social change, you know, to demonize words like liberal and feminist. The Rush Limbaughs of the world, to whom I am a feminazi, which is especially ahistorical since it happens that Hitler was anti-feminist. And the first thing he did when he came to power was to close the family planning clinics and declare abortion a crime against the state. Excuse me? You know, I mean, you could put National Socialist statements on a piece of paper and current ultra-right-wing statements. You can't tell, you know, which is which. So, you know, it's very important that we understand that we are in a particular time in history, that we take a long view, that we don't fall for the idea that it's over and therefore become inactive, that we really look at each other and what we are really doing as opposed to what the image of the movement or of change is that's put before us. We find ourselves working on themes that are familiar but in new ways. For instance, reproductive freedom as a fundamental human right, I would say, is number one, only because, or deeply because, women are in this jam in the first place because our bodies are the means of reproduction, and there's an effort in various ways, religious, economic, all kinds of ways, by different kinds of patriarchies to control reproduction, to decide the number of workers and the race and so on, as we know. So at least in this way, we have enunciated reproductive freedom as a fundamental human right, like freedom of speech, freedom of assembly. You know, it is a fundamental human right. And there is massive agreement around the world on the importance of reproductive freedom. And in this country, there is a huge majority of Americans who believe that it is up to an individual woman to decide when and whether to have children. It's not something that the government decides. So, you know, to have enunciated that as a new freedom, which was not fully enunciated in the last wave, is an enormous victory, and much has changed. You know, for instance, let's see, when I first arrived in this movement, women could not get a tubal ligation, a sterilization, without their husband's written permission and without having already had 2 to 4 children, depending on the physician. What's another example? Fannie Lou Hamer, the great civil rights leader, whom I knew and is my contemporary. She's no longer with us, I'm sorry to say. She told me that her grandmother had 23 children, 20 of whom were by rape. Okay. She was supposed to produce cheap labor for the fields. By the time Fannie Lou came along, cheap labor was not as important. The fields were more mechanized, right? And she was sterilized without her knowledge, without her permission, in a Mississippi hospital. I mean, that's, the degree to which the control of women's reproductive lives has gone on. Now, we have continued, we have the principle of reproductive freedom, which means the freedom to have children as well as not to have children. We agree on it, but we see constant backlash. Certainly the defunding or the attempts to defund Planned Parenthood, which we have all read about, are a very, very current example. The notion that abortion is somehow a crime against the Catholic Church, which actually used to approve of abortion and regulate it and well into the 1800s. Did you know that? There's an interesting thing about history. We can talk about that later. But the idea that, it has always been, it is natural for women to control what happens in their own bodies. And the Native women who once were on this ground did. They did control their own fertility. I was thinking about this lately because Sarah Palin, who of course is a great opponent of abortion and reproductive rights and so on, makes much of Mama Grizzlies. Have you noticed that? So I, who defend Sarah Palin's right to be wrong, but have a deep feeling for Mama Grizzlies, a much deeper feeling for Mama Grizzlies. I thought, wait a minute, I bet she's wrong about Mama Grizzlies. So I researched Mama Grizzlies, and it turns out that they are what you might call feminist. I mean, even compared to other animals. They mate later. They have 2 cubs instead of 3 or 4. And even compared to brown bears, say, they're much more, seemingly independent. I don't know how they would phrase it. And if they are pregnant and the food supply is poor, their health is poor, the winter is hard, they reabsorb the fetus into their own bodies. I mean, it's natural. It's part of nature. That, of course, this process that goes on in women's bodies is controlled by women's bodies in the animal world and in the human world. But we see where we are, even though reproductive freedom has been the theme for 40 years now. We see where we are, and we see the opposition to it. And we understand, I hope now we understand why. There is another big theme that has been the same for 40 years, but in different ways, of work. We all started out with equal pay, known as the part I agree with, equal pay for equal work. Everybody agreed with that. We don't have it yet, though. And I noticed that you all on this campus are selling lollipops for $1 to men and to 77 cents for women. There's a little point there, right? Thank you for that. So, we're still working towards equal pay. But What we have not yet done is not only pay for equal work, but redefine work. From the beginning, we've been saying homemakers should never be called women who don't work. Homemakers actually work longer and harder than any class of worker in the United States, with more incidents of violence, with more drug addiction, more alcoholism, more, all kinds of job risks. It is a huge, huge job. And every once in a while, the Department of Labor gives figures on what it would cost to replace the average homemaker. And it's huge. I think it's over $20,000 now, isn't it? I mean, it's huge. It started out at $9,000 and it's been going. So I think we understand that. But now we have begun to see how it is we can value that work. Really, literally value it. It is at least a third of the productive work in this country. It's more than half of the productive work in agricultural countries, the work that women do in the home and around the home, because in agricultural countries they're often also growing food for their families, and they are responsible for that food growth. So we can, actually, it's not impossible, it's quite easy, and we have the legislation, to attribute a value to the work, the productive work of raising and socializing humans, of human maintenance in the home, to give a attributed economic value to that, and make that amount of money tax deductible if we pay taxes, and if we're too poor to pay taxes, tax refundable, which would then substitute for the disaster of welfare reform. I mean, these are, it's a distance from revaluing work to redefining work, and that is the future. We have redefined family in many, many ways. We now absolutely understand that family is about commitment and nurturing. It's not about whether the two parents are the same gender or different genders, or whether people have children or don't have children. It's about function. It's not about possession. It's not about property. It's about nurturing, and it's about function. We have understood that women can do what men can do. This is good in the job area. But we have not understood yet that men can do what women can do. And so most women have two jobs, one outside the home and one inside the home. And most children are suffering from not seeing loving and nurturing men in their lives, whether related or unrelated. So they know that men can be as loving and nurturing as women. It's a libel on men to say that men cannot be as patient and as empathetic and all the qualities that are wrongly called feminine, but they're just the qualities necessary to raise children. We have begun to redefine family according to function and according to content, not just form. That is a huge, huge, huge difference, and we are just beginning to see what its larger impact is politically and in the world. And of course, there's the whole area that I don't know what to call, I guess culture. I guess you would call it culture, except in a way, culture is what happens to women. Politics is what happens to men. Do you know what I mean? But it's all the same thing. Calling it culture is just a way to say you can't change it. And to appeal to cultural relativism and so on, but actually, the enunciation of human rights makes it clear that there are human rights that pervade and must pervade every culture. I think the events in Egypt and throughout the Middle East, and I understand currently even in Saudi Arabia, have, I hope, caused us to understand that the people in the Arab world are not different from us. You know, they want dignity and self-determination and democracy. I fear that we, after 9/11, let a very small, extremely small number of people color our ideas of who lived in the Arab world and who, of what the Islamic culture was. And I hope that these last few weeks of television have changed us. You know, I mean, look at what we have seen in the streets, and the incredible peaceful restraint of the average people who were out there seeking self-determination and democracy. So, you know, it's a symbol to me of how important it is to look at our shared humanity, cherish the differences that are not contrary to human rights. I would think chief among them is food. Great, all kinds of different food. Would you not be bored by having just one kind of cooking? Think about all the great language, poetry, music, you know, infinite dance, infinite variation among our cultures that we cherish, and at the same time shared basic communal human rights. But all of these efforts, whether in their different stages, whether it's reproductive freedom as a basic human right, or revaluing and redefining work, or diversifying families so that they truly are about function, not about form, not about ownership, but about nurturing, and looking at the politics of culture, which I have to say, for me, includes the politics of monotheism. You know, have you ever noticed that when God looks like the ruling class, you're really in deep shit, you know? Now, I have great respect for everybody inside all the great religions who are trying to bring spirituality, universal spirituality back, you know? So we all do this in different ways. But as long as we think that God resides in one race more than others, in one sex more than others, in humans more than in nature, which is part of the problem, it makes it okay to conquer nature. Once, perhaps some of you here too have taken the trip down the Nile or up the Nile from the Nubian part of the closest to Africa to Cairo, and because it's such an old center of civilization, you can see it happening in the structures and in the carvings along the way, that in the oldest part of the Nile, God is present in everything, in birds and butterflies and papyrus and men and women, and you know. So then you go a little further, it's 1,000 years later, suddenly there's not so much nature, and the goddess only has a son, no daughter. And then you go a little further, it's a few millennia, and the sun has gotten very big and become a consort, and nature is beginning to disappear. And finally, you know, this keeps going until you get to close to Cairo, where there are mosques in which no representation of women or nature is allowed. So, you know, there's an Egyptologist I recommend to you named Henry Breasted, and he wrote in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and he says, monotheism is but imperialism in religion. I thought, God, that sort of clears your sinuses, right? You know, so, right. I mean, yes, you know. So in our various ways, I think many of us are striving to bring the sacred back to everyone, to all human beings, to all races, to all nature. Because the same force that withdrew God from women in order to make it okay to conquer women, withdrew God from nature in order to make it okay and even necessary to conquer nature. And together we are trying to say, wait a minute, all living things are sacred. All living things are sacred in whatever way we are able to do that. Having presented to you a situation in which we're just sort of, what are we trying? I guess we're saying that the last, depends where we are in the world, 500 or 600 years here, since Europeans became the pioneers of patriarchy here, 3,000 to 5,000 years in the Middle East and other parts of the world, it depends. But basically, we're kind of saying it's an experiment that failed, you know. So we're gonna see that what once existed could exist again in a different way, thanks to much better communications and all that we are capable of now. I mean, it's, you know, just a little thing like overthrowing patriarchy, monotheism, nationalism, I mean, you know, racism. I mean, it's, you know, it's sort of daunting, right? I just wanted to, I was trying to figure out how to leave you with an understanding that the art of, which I truly believe, the art of behaving ethically and effectively is behaving as if everything we do matters. We have no idea which thing we do matters. So if we just behave as if everything we do matters, the way we treat each other, the kind of language we use, the vision of us as a circle instead of a hierarchy, well, you know best what you can do in your lives. But I looking at Congress and looking at the difference between the what's going on in Congress now and what our public opinion polls tell us the majority of Americans want, you know, I mean, it's hugely, hugely different. Part of the problem, of course, is that a very unrepresentative ultra-right wing has taken over one of our two great political parties, the Republican Party. No more could Rockefeller be a Republican. No more could Nixon be a Republican. No more could Reagan be a Republican. I mean, he was pro-choice. Nixon supported, the Republican Party supported the Equal Rights Amendment. I mean, you know, it's just gone hugely to the right. And so we wrongly think that the country's divided in two because we have two parties, when actually there are more independents than either Republicans or Democrats. So it's daunting. So I am trying to write a book which is vastly overdue. And I thought at the end, now I would subject you to, for the first time in history, reading some of this book in the hope that it gives you the empowerment as individual citizens and as voters. And these are just my experiences, but symbolically. I went to Missouri to campaign for Harriet Woods because I empathized with the hard time she'd had as a woman journalist, and also because her path into politics was so improbable that no writer could have made it up. When she was a mother of 2 young children, she had complained about a noisy manhole cover that awakened them every time a car rolled over it. She got nowhere with the city council, so she created a neighborhood petition that closed the street. This success persuaded her to run and win for city council, get appointed to the Highway Commission, and then successfully campaign for the state legislature. I started here because I'm sure there are political candidates, potential candidates and actual candidates right here. She then continued and had a television show and so on, and she found herself running, I don't want to, I'm trying to make it shorter. She ran in a Democratic Party primary because the party wouldn't support her. They thought a woman couldn't win, and they put up a rich guy who'd never been elected to anything, and she beat him 2-1. Okay. Suddenly she was, this is to make you run, okay. Suddenly she was the 1982 Democratic candidate against Republican incumbent Senator John Danforth, the former Attorney General of Missouri, an ordained priest as well as a lawyer, and the grandson of the founder of Ralston Peoria. It's like running against the whole patriarchy, you know? Not only did he combine all these forces, but she happened to be the only female Democratic Senate candidate in the entire nation. All that happened, she came, needless to say, all the newly activated feminist electoral groups worked their hearts out, as did her statewide network of dedicated volunteers. And though Missouri, the home of Phyllis Schlafly, was regarded as an anti-choice state, Woods refused to budge on her support for reproductive freedom, and even so, she ran ahead, including in the conservative rural area known as Little Dixie. Then in the last week, she ran out of money for television ads to answer the charges against her, and so she came within less than a heartbreaking 1% of beating Danforth. All that obviously was nearly 2 decades ago, but the effect has continued for decades to come, and you and I in this room tonight are still living with it. First, Wood's narrow loss inspired the creation of Emily's List, something a lot of you know, an acronym for Early Money is Like Yeast, a political action committee devoted to supporting pro-choice Democratic women candidates by bundling checks from members nationwide. It was to become the largest political action committee in the nation. Second, Danforth had once hired in his Attorney General's office a young man named Clarence Thomas. He had left his studies as a Catholic priest to go to law school and thus shared Danforth's unusual combination of priesthood and the law. Once in the U.S. Senate, Danforth again sought out this rare black conservative and took him out of his job as a corporate lawyer for Monsanto, made him a legislative aide, and championed his later career every step of the way. Thomas became chair of the Equal Employment Opportunities Commission, where he dismantled its strategy of bringing class action suits and pursued only individual cases instead. Indeed, he was such a believer in individualism that he cited novelist Ayn, is that the way you say her name? Ayn Rand? I've never known. As his major influence, and he even required his staff at the EEOC to watch The Fountainhead. I can't make this stuff up, you know. The 1947 film version of her most famous novel. Then he served 1 year on the D.C. Court of Appeals, acquired even more value as a rare African American who opposed not only affirmative action but other majority positions of the black community and the civil rights movement. Indeed, he publicly condemned his own sister because she needed welfare for herself and her children, having been left behind while her brother received an education and she did not. After the great civil rights champion Thurgood Marshall retired from the Supreme Court, the first President Bush had the perfect cosmetic conservative to nominate, Clarence Thomas. All right, this one episode, right? Now, a different one, but I promise you they'll come together in a minute. At noon, the day after the presidential election of 2000, I just happened to be speaking at Palm Beach County Community College. I, as you can see, love community colleges because it's so much more the real world than most campuses, you know, so that's why I was speaking there. A year before, I'd been asked to talk about the future of equality, but as it turned out, its immediate future would depend on the election results from that very county. It was about to become the epicenter of the most disputed election in in U.S. history. If people in the rest of the country were talking about little else but the cliffhanger between Governor George W. Bush of Texas and Vice President Al Gore of Tennessee, you can imagine an auditorium filled with the people on whose votes that result would depend. All any of us knew at the time was that the count was too close to call, so people were telling their own voting experiences without any of the later news coverage to influence them. A young African-American woman rose to say she'd registered by phone, then been challenged at her polling place because Caucasian was, which incidentally is a totally made-up word by just a guy who made up the word Caucasian. It has no meaning whatsoever. Anyway, was printed next to her name. Indeed, she never did get to vote. An older African-American man said he was denied the right to vote because he had a felony conviction, yet in fact he'd never been accused of a crime, much less convicted. Someone shouted out, "Yes, you have. It's called voting while black." Amid the laughter, another man rose to explain that names of those with felonies had been merged with the voter rolls without checking whether more than one person might have the same name. A white man of 40 or so got up to explain that after voting for Gore, he had looked at the new sample ballot on the way out and realized that he'd actually voted for Pat Buchanan, a third-party candidate who was to the right even of Bush, not only anti-gay and anti-abortion, but also anti-immigration, anti-multiculturalism, anti-you name it. This man had asked to have his ballot negated so he could vote again, but was told there was no second chance. This got a shocked silence, then groans and some shouts of, "I did that too." Outrage spread like wildfire. In that room alone, this new ballot had confused a dozen or so people into voting for Buchanan. On top of that, others had not been able to vote at all. A busload of people from a retirement home had been directed to the wrong polling place, or lines were too long for people with young children, or ballot boxes were missing altogether, or computers and phones were too few to check credentials. Governor Jeb Bush had promised to deliver Florida to his brother. Then black voters had registered in unprecedented numbers, but he was delivering the state anyway. Finally, a white man of 30 or so rose to face me. In the name of his military service to his country, he said, and also in the name of his young daughter, who he wanted to grow up in a democracy, will you stay and help us organize a protest tomorrow and the next day and the next, whatever it takes? More silence. I could feel the pull to say yes. But I also thought I would damage the credibility of local voters who were coming forward with their own irrefutable experiences. Their voices were the source of power. I and others would be called outside agitators and confuse the focus, I explained. I promised instead to take the name, address, and polling place of everyone who hadn't been able to vote for their chosen candidate and give them to lawyers for Gore and nonpartisan watchdogs outside the state. I went home, I did as I promised, and in fact the numbers were staggering. Out of 706 people in the auditorium, at least 100 had been either unable to vote for their chosen candidate or to vote at all. If there were this many in one random auditorium, how many in all of Palm Beach County or the state? When Bush's lead was down to 537 votes, fewer than the number of people in that college auditorium, he was declared the winner by Florida's Secretary of State, as you probably remember, who also happened to be the co-chair of his campaign. And then the Supreme Court ruled 5-4 that there was no uniform recount standard to meet the Equal Protection Clause, no time to create one, therefore the recount must be stopped. It was a decision that would be compared with Dred Scott, the 19th century Supreme Court ruling that no black person, slave or free, could ever become a citizen of the United States. All right, now here's the empowering part, I hope. For want of a nail, the horseshoe was lost. For want of a horseshoe, the horse was lost. For want of a horse, the battle was lost. For want of a battle, the war was lost. This parable should be the mantra of everyone who thinks that voting doesn't matter. If Harriet Woods hadn't been narrowly defeated by Danforth, he wouldn't have been a senator. If Danforth hadn't been a senator, he couldn't have taken Clarence Thomas with him to Washington. If Thomas had stayed a lawyer for Monsanto, he wouldn't have been appointed by the first President Bush to the EEOC and then to the Supreme Court. If he hadn't had those credentials, he wouldn't have been nominated for the Supreme Court by the same President Bush. If he hadn't been on the Supreme Court, he wouldn't have been the one-vote margin that halted the Florida court-ordered recount and put the second President Bush in the White House. Later, as you know, all the Florida ballots were examined, and the conclusion was that if any standard, by any standard that could have been used, Gore would have won. This adds a lot more to the parable of the nail. Then Bush II couldn't have caused yet another optional war in Iraq, plus the biggest transfer of wealth from public to private hands in the history of this nation, or yet another optional war in Iraq, or high-level disbelief in global warming, or public schools with abstinence-only education enforced by federal funding that helped create the highest unwanted pregnancy rate in the developed world, or an executive order giving billions in tax dollars to faith-based centers of right-wing political power, or the global gag rule that deprived poor countries of U.S. foreign aid if they offered any information about abortion, even with their own funds, or corporate profiteering on privatized wars abroad as well as privatized prisons at home, or a higher percentage of the U.S. population in prison than in any country in the world, and very racially determined, as you know, or corporate CEOs whose salaries rose from 30 times that of the average worker before this period to an average of 1,000 times now, 1,000 times that of the average worker, or an unregulated financial industry that led to a worldwide economic meltdown and an even greater polarization of people and nations into rich and poor, or the turning of terrorism from a cause for global unity into a cause for deeper global division, and so much more. I still dream about that veteran and his daughter. I so wish I had said yes. It isn't that I think I could have made a difference, believer though I am in the power of one nail. I probably would have been too little and too late. Looking back, however, I realized that I'd done things that seemed crucial and worth much at the time, but they had no impact at all. Yet minor things I'd done in the moment, for instance, talking about credit unions and casually and coming back to find that women had formed the biggest one in Texas and so on, had meant that I'd come back years later to find huge differences had been made. The truth is, we don't know what we do is important, which is important and which is not. Encouraging someone else's action or just listening to someone who never before felt they were worth listening to could be more important than anything I did or said myself, or anything you did or said yourself. The art of acting ethically and effectively is acting as if everything we do matters. To put it another way, a sparrow doesn't sing because she or he has a purpose. A sparrow sings because he or she has a song. Thank you.
She's a writer, editor, but above all, a feminist activist. Gloria Steinem has been in the forefront of the women's movement in this country for more than half a century. Now at 81, she has penned her memoir, My Life on the Road, the newest addition to the New bookshelf. She talked to Jeffrey Brown recently at the historic Sewell Belmont House and Museum of the Women's Suffrage and Equal Rights Movement here in Washington.
Right here early on about your father, who taught you something through his, quote, ability to live with and even love insecurity. That's an interesting trait.
Well, it certainly was necessary for a freelance writer like me, but I didn't know that at the time. I just thought that's the way life was. And he always said, if I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow,
And that became your life in a sense, or something you could live by?
Not quite, because of course you want to be like the other kids, you know. So I looked at the movies and I saw how kids went to school and fathers had jobs, and you know. But my parents were, you know, kind and loving and wonderful people, so I was lucky in that way. And I, of course, didn't know yet that the idea of living with insecurity would be really helpful in later life, both as a writer and a person in movements.
You write a book about a life on the road. When you look back now, does it look like it was a life that you chose, or did it just happen, unfold?
You know, that's a deep question.
Good.
I think both, because what we grow up with feels like home. So in that sense, it was destined. But I also spent all the middle years of my life assuming that I would have to settle down and live like everybody else. And it was only after I had been living this on-the-road life for quite a long time, I mean until I was 50, that I realized, wait a minute, this isn't just something on the way to something else. This is it.
This is it. This is who
right?
you are.
Yeah. And that, well, I think in a real way because my father had no home. I mean, he was a total wanderer. And my mother had no journey of her own because she had to give up the career as a writer and a journalist. And, you know, she kind of gave up everything she loved. So it took me a while to realize that it isn't either or, it's and.
What about today? Do you see the same commitment, the same focus in young women?
Oh yes, more, way, way, way more. We were like 12 crazy ladies in the beginning. I mean, we were definitely the core of something, but not the something. And now all of these issues are majority issues. And young women are way more likely to just assume that they're going to be able to use all of their human talents. In fact, they get radicalized as they get older, because they get into the labor force and they discover that maybe equal pay is not happening.
So the idea that we're in a post-feminist society...
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
You know who's saying that? I can guarantee you they're the same people who were saying to me in the beginning, you can't do this, it's against God, Freud, somebody. And now the new form of obstructionism is to say, well, it's over. Mm-hmm. You know, just to keep you from doing anything more. It's so just begun.
The book tells about many successes along the way. I'm wondering about what you think of as the greatest failures.
The confidence to tell the truth about our lives. Well, for instance, 1 in 3 American women has needed at some time in her life an abortion. And there's still enough shame to it, or, you know, controversy at least, so that it's difficult for people to say that.
When you look at things like abortion rights, outlawing discrimination in the workplace, a lot of successes along the way, but even now, on the defensive in some areas, right? As these battles unfold in state houses, they continue to unfold.
Well, yes, I mean, essentially, the people who are against reproductive freedom kind of lost what they wanted in Washington. So now they are striving to gain it in state legislatures.
But opponents of these things, and this has been the case for all of your life, I'm sure, come to these issues with the same certainty that you do, the same sense of being right as you.
Well, but here's the difference. We are protecting their rights. We are protecting, with reproductive freedom, protects the right to have children. They are not protecting our right to decide when and whether to have children.
Let me ask you finally, are you able to imagine yourself as a young woman in today's society? You're with young women all the time, you're still talking to them.
Yes,
what advice do you give to them?
Here's my advice. Do not listen to me. Really.
Do not.
No. I want to support their listening to themselves. Each of them has things that they love, things that they do that they love so much they forget what time it is, which is a good measure when they're doing it. They know their own life and situations. I'm here to support that and say, you're not, okay, you're not more important than somebody else, but you're not less important either.
All right, My Life on the Road, Gloria Steinem, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm so very pleased that today we honor her for being the definition of the term advocate. We honor her for the decades of leadership, years of fighting, and far apart in age, Gloria knew who she was a long time before I knew who I was. And when we met in 1977, I saw a woman who not only knew who she was, but a woman who was willing to give of her life, her talent, and her time to other women. And she's done that in so many ways. She is one of my dearest friends. I love her dearly. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll share her with you. Gloria Steinem.
I have been so lucky in my life, and to be part of Equality Now is one of the luckiest things. I know that we have this evening heard some very young women tell us some very old truths, and that's difficult. But it is important that we know that is the first step. Consciousness is always the first step to making a profound change. And it is important that those women and other women and many men know that this is not necessary, that it is not natural. It was only a few years ago in my life that we were reading books, Freudian books, about how women were naturally masochistic. We sought out pain. We were perhaps the only oppressed group that was supposed to enjoy its oppression. To come from that state of mind to an understanding that it is wrong, that we indeed are full human beings, is huge. That is a huge leap in consciousness. It means that Equality Now is able to be effective in 127 countries, and that its board is a global board, not an American board only. So it really understands how to do work from the ground up, not from the top down. It understands very well that somebody who has experienced something is more expert in it than the experts. But because we are living in a time both of consciousness and understanding of what is wrong, and also often an increase in problems, especially, say, sexualized violence in war zones, especially an increased sex trafficking industry, which is now huge, especially given technology, the ability to sex select before birth, which in some parts of Asia especially have resulted in a son surplus and a daughter deficit. According to capitalism, scarcity is supposed to increase your value. It turns out that, along with other things capitalism lied to us about, it's just not true. Because what it means in real life is that China, which has a daughter deficit, steals and kidnaps women from North Korea, or northern India with a daughter deficit kidnaps women from South India, or an individual woman is expected to marry 2 or 3 or 4 brothers and serve them all sexually and bear children to them all. It has not increased the power of women. On the contrary, what it has resulted in fact, is the first time that we know of that on spaceship Earth there are now fewer females than males. Fewer females than males. What it has also resulted in is much more understanding of what this violence means. So we now know and can prove that the single biggest determinant of whether a country will be violent within itself or will be militarily violent toward another country is actually not poverty or access to natural resources or religion or degree of democracy. It's violence against females. That is the greatest determinant. Not because female life is any more important than male life, not for a millisecond, but because it's what we see first. And it normalizes all the other power relationships of subject, object, dominance, violence, and so on, and makes us believe that those relationships are inevitable. They are not inevitable. They came about from systems, political systems of various kinds that were patriarchal. That is, that said, okay, women are the means of reproduction. Men need to control reproduction. Therefore, men need to control women. There are many men who have fought this as well because they have also known that the idea of masculinity restricts men. It actually shortens men's lives. And they too have become brave warriors against it. And there are millions upon millions of women around the globe who understand that to become human and free and able to laugh, we must be able, first of all, to be safe and to control our own physical selves. So reproductive freedom as a fundamental human right has joined freedom of speech as a fundamental human right, because now we have begun to understand that it underpins everything, absolutely everything. We are all part of this revolution. We have, I think, figured out what the beginning key to ending violence of all sorts is, and that is the equality, the safety of both men and women, the friendship of both men and women, the ability of men to be fully human with all the human qualities, those that are wrongly called feminine, because they are the qualities that are necessary to raise children. Empathy, attention to detail, patience, all these things are only called feminine because they are necessary to raise children. And women have begun to be aspiring and active outside the home, so that we have begun to develop all of those human qualities that are wrongly called masculine. Ability to aspire, to achieve, to deal with conflict, to dream, to, it's as if we took a full circle of human qualities like this, and we arbitrarily said a third are feminine, because actually the role is much more restricted, and 2/3 are masculine, but everybody is being deprived of their full humanity. So I think I appreciate so much that all of you have taken time out of your busy lives to be here with us tonight and to support equality now. And I just want to say to you from the bottom of my heart that I think this is it. This is kind of the key to world peace, It's nothing less than that. If we are ever to have peace and democracy in the world, we have to first have peace and democracy in the home. And right now, in this country, home is the most dangerous place for a woman, not the street. If you count up all the women who have been murdered by their husbands or boyfriends since 9/11, and you add up all the Americans killed in 9/11, in 2 Iraqi wars, and in Afghanistan, many more women have been killed by their husbands and boyfriends than Americans have been killed in those events since 9/11. We talk about foreign terrorism, very important. Do we talk about domestic terrorism? Do we tell our daughters that they have the right to bodily integrity? All the crimes that invade your body are infinitely more traumatic even than the ones that our barrier. This is ourselves. This is our sense of ourselves. And our daughters have a right, and our sons have a right to the ownership of their own bodies. Actually, there was a group of women in Europe who went to the government offices in their countries and registered their bodies as their own property. Brilliant, right? But the fact that it's controversial that they had to do that is part of the problem. And the idea that in this country too, there's so much opposition to reproductive freedom as a simple human right. Having failed in Washington, for instance, to outlaw abortion, the ultra-right wing is now trying to do it state by state by closing clinics. And it's clear that the same folks who are worried about reproductive freedom are the ones who are also worried about the fact that in about 20 minutes this country is not going to be a majority white European American country anymore because so-called white women have fewer children. The same groups are against undocumented immigrants, they're against sex education, they're against all the elements of reproductive freedom. They are the very same people. So what I've learned in this going from the microcosm to the macrocosm thing is that domestic violence is really the model for other violence because it's about control. It's about through no fault of his, a man who got born into a system that said he was not really a male human, a proper masculine human being unless he was in control, and he got hooked on it, right? So if we consider that the moment that just before or just after a woman escapes domestic violence is the time when she's most likely to get killed. It's the time of maximum danger. I think we can see a parallel in this country too. Things are changing in this country. We are about to become a no longer majority white country. We have turned against two wars far more quickly than we turned against Vietnam. We are very skeptical about the concentration of wealth over here with Koch brothers and the 1%. That's the 1% versus the 99%. In all kinds of ways, I would say that this country is escaping. And that means two things. It means that the ultra right-wing hierarchical thinking folks are in a panic. And so we are living in a time of maximum danger in some ways, and we have to look after each other and be aware of the danger. And the other truth is we are about to be free, and we are not going to stop. Just as we would not tell a woman or anyone to stay in a violent household, we are not going to turn back or give up. We are going to move forward. If you think about the human race as a bird with two wings, you understand that if one is damaged or broken, no one can fly. So we are here tonight, and I thank you so much, and I thank